this worth it?
But when it's done,
Put up our tree yesterday, and we usually put it up that Sunday right after Thanksgiving. So yesterday, the kids were like happy. They're already home from school, and they were happy. Hey, Rosemary. They were happy to, have it up. So I was like, oh, thank God we put the tree up.
Or just say office till January 1st.
I remember we redid the
Actually, I'm sure it's gonna be the same
2002. Used to be in that house, used to have a galley kitchen. My mom wanted a bigger kitchen, so
Our
eventually.
bylaws were supposed to take office. That's why I was talking to Dan. Is it supposed to happen tonight?
I
Why
can
does
tell we're at the last meeting of the year.
Covered off the wall, and they said, restart.
I'm out of paper.
You can't do much more than tonight.
Take off a wall then, so that you didn't have that galley kitchen.
We'll make a motion to adjourn when you lose it. The
Last page, that's it. Motion to adjourn.
In the back, come right into the kitchen.
Kitchen is the place that I just feel
I mean,
like
we went
we're
through
always
once we got
there,
past
and
our
we
stuff.
have a
There's what, 10 minutes, file break,
table,
what do we call it?
and then you have like the kitchen,
Sure.
and it's just
You ready?
together, and then the living room.
1 minute, Mr. Chair. I will let you know.
But it took us
He did.
5 months to get it all done.
Do it yourself? Okay. Yeah, we don't have those skills at the Atchison household. We don't have that skill. Those skills.
It was Kenworth, wasn't it?
Yes.
But I've got a project that I've got to do soon, and I've got to redo when you come in the back door, you're into the kitchen, there's also a bathroom. And it had a shower, but the shower is only,
Oh, that's where you get to sit there. Speaking's getting taller. No,
It's also why I sometimes sit there.
the shower when Mom got sick, because she was eventually ended up in the wheelchair moving around the house. And there wasn't room to take care of her in that bathroom. But that bathroom needs to be redone really bad. The floor is bad in there.
You'll be glad when it's done. We have,
He's working on it.
we have one
connected,
bathroom
it looks like.
almost done. It needs to get painted.
Brian and Sherry, and I'm going to hit only the high points in the letters, Dan. I'm not going to go through every single comment.
Good. Thank you.
Really low counters, and now it's comfort, height comfort, which is nice.
Yeah.
It's crowded here tonight.
Technical delay. Okay. Mr. Chair, I'm sorry. Thank you for the patience.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Charter Township of Van Buren Planning Commission meeting for Wednesday, December 14th, 2022. And call the meeting to order, please.
Medina Atchison. Here. Excused. Bernie Grant.
Here.
Sherry Budd.
Here.
Brian Cullen.
Here.
Jeff
Here.
Brian Kelly.
Here. Our first item up for this evening, it's our annual meeting, or end of the year meeting, where we have our election of officers. I think everybody saw that up for a first item on the agenda. Director Power, would you like to walk us through real briefly any procedures on this before we get started, or?
Certainly, Mr. Chair. This is the The item that's designated as the first, something that has to occur on the early part of the first December agenda of the Planning Commission's schedule for every year. So what you'll do is somebody will move to nominate, and then the Planning Commission will move to approve the nomination or vote for the chair, the vice chair, the secretary, and then there are 2 liaisons to the Board of Zoning Appeals. There's a primary liaison and a secondary liaison that will attend in the primary liaison's absence if they cannot attend the BZA meetings. So there are technically 5 votes or 5 positions to fulfill with that.
All right, thank you so much, Director Power. So our first item up for discussion and for nominations would be the chairperson. So at this point, I would open it up for nominations for chairperson of Planning Commission.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Commissioner Jar.
in light of your meritorious service over the last year, I would nominate you as a reelection for chairperson.
I appreciate it. I accept the nomination. Do we have any other nominations for chairperson this evening? None? All right, so all in favor to to appoint me as continued chairperson of planning, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that would bring us up to vice chair. So this time I'd open it up for nomination for the vice chair position.
Through the chair, I would like to nominate Jeff Jar as vice chairperson.
All right, got Jeff Jar. Do we have support for the nomination?
I'll support.
Do we have any other nominations for vice chair for Planning Commission?
Mr. Chair, I would accept that nomination.
So we have an acceptance by Commissioner Jar. All in favor to have Jeff Jar Jr. continue as the vice chair, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, that brings us up to secretary. Nomination for the position of secretary.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Jar.
I would nominate Commissioner Atchison for the continued role as secretary.
Support.
All right,
I accept.
you accept, everybody in favor of electing Commissioner Atchison as the Secretary of Planning for 2023, say aye.
Aye.
And that will bring us up to item number 4, position number 4, which is our primary liaison to the Board of Zoning Appeals. Do you have any nominations for the primary?
Through the chair, I nominate Jeff Jar to be the primary liaison to the Board of Zoning Appeals.
Do you have support to have Mr. Jar as the primary liaison?
Support. Oh,
Mr. Chair, I do appreciate the nomination. I would ask if there were any other commissioners who would like to take on the role of primary. It's been traditional for the last few years that the primary and the secondary swap positions. I am perfectly happy to be the primary liaison, but I did want to mention that it's available to another commissioner.
So is there any other commissioners that would be interested in being the primary liaison to the BZA?
I accept the nomination.
All in favor of Mr. Jar's nomination and acceptance, please say aye.
Aye.
And that brings us to the secondary liaison to the BZA Board of Zone of Appeals. Do we have any nominations for the secondary alternate position?
Mr. Chair, I would at this time suggest that if there is any interest in someone taking on the secondary role, Commissioner Atchison has done a wonderful job in it, and I would be very happy to nominate her again, unless perhaps Commissioner Cullen has an interest in the role.
Do you want it?
I don't want to be selfish, so I have no problems doing it. I love serving, so if you are fine with taking it.
I could take it for a year, give it a try.
Mr.
I would
Chairman,
accept.
I would nominate Commissioner Cullen in the role as secondary liaison.
All right, do we have support for?
Support.
All in favor of appointing Commissioner Cullen as the secondary liaison, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, so we have our officers in order for 2023. Thank you so much, everybody. That brings us up to our approval of our agenda for this evening. I know there was a quick update with a typographical error, but other than that, do we have any other items you want to modify, Director Power?
I could just provide some clarity on that. There was one typo where there was a duplicate header for the case regarding the Zippy Auto Wash, case 22-010. There's going to be a special land use review and then a preliminary site plan review after that. So there was a duplicate on the special land use header. So that's one minor change to the agenda. I think that's item 5 under new business. And then there is another item that was added to the late agenda regarding an informational topic that the Planning Commission may be striking from the agenda this evening, which would have been new item number, it would have been 7 on the newer agenda that you received. So that is something that I understand the Planning Commission is potentially striking from the agenda tonight.
All right, thank you so much, Director Power. So do we have a motion to approve this evening's agenda?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
With regard to item number 7, I would propose striking it from the agenda pending site plan. We're being asked to give information on, to the BZA for a potential variance request, but we haven't seen the full site plan yet.
Okay. Does anybody, any of the commissioners have an issue with removal of item number 7 from the agenda this evening? No? All right. So that being said, then we bring us to a motion for approval of the agenda with the modification that you've requested.
I say a motion approval, for approval of the agenda.
Do you have support for the motion?
Support.
And then my only comment would be is the motion for approval of the agenda with the modification of removal of number 7.
With the modification of number 7.
Okay. All in favor of approval of the agenda with the removal of number 7, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, and the agenda for this evening is approved. We are now to approval of the minutes from the regular meeting of November 9th, 2022.
Through the chair. I make a motion, we approve the regular meeting minutes of November 9th, 2022 as presented.
Do you have support?
Support.
Yes, motion by Commissioner Budd, support by Commissioner Cullen. Do we have any comments or discussion regarding the motion? All in favor of approving the minutes from November 9th, 2022, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? And the meeting minutes are approved. That brings us up to our first item under public hearings. Item number 1 is the zoning ordinance text amendments for residential zoning regulations. Director Power, well, at this time, I'd like to make a motion, or could somebody make a motion to open the public hearing?
So I move that we open the item number 1 to public hearing, zoning ordinance text amendments.
By Commissioner Cullen, support by Commissioner Budd to open the public hearing. Any comments or discussion? All in favor to open the public hearing, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. We are open.
Chair?
Yes, Director Power. I got a little.
Before we get into all of our public hearing, or as part of starting our public hearing items tonight, I'd just like to provide some overall format information for the audience. We have a very full agenda tonight, as you can probably see. I would just like to make a point that there are several items that we call old business, several items that we call new business, and before either of the old or new business, there are 3 public hearings. It might make sense to speak on the fact that there's an item under old business, which is the project called the Brookwood Project. That project had a formal public hearing at the last meeting in November, which was November 9th. There will not be a formal public hearing on that topic at tonight's meeting. That will be something that will be spoken about in old business under a special land use and a preliminary site plan review, 2 separate items. The Planning Commission may entertain comments on that project at that time, but that is not one of the items that's going to have a formal public hearing. The items that will have a formal public hearing, which we're starting right now, the first is going to be a set of zoning ordinance recommendations pertaining to residential zoning regulations in Van Buren Township, namely looking at flexibility regarding the required minimum separation distance between dwellings in what are called planned residential developments, and flexibility on a requirement that 30% of single-family home sites in subdivisions and site condominiums have a side entry garage. The second public hearing item is for a development project called Integrity Component and Design. It is a lumber storage and auxiliary warehousing and storage yard adjacent to the Mann's Lumber site, south of Michigan Avenue off of the east side of Beck Road. And the third public hearing is for a development project called Zippy Auto Wash, which is a proposed roughly 1.5 acre site that will be proposed as a car wash, automatic car wash at 11650 Belleville Road. So I just wanted to give you some of that context because those are the three hearings. The first one you just heard, we're opening a hearing right now to discuss the residential zoning ordinance amendments. When that hearing is closed, we'll take any comments or questions on the lumber yard use on Beck Road. And when that hearing is closed, we'll take comments or questions on the Zippy use. When we get to the new business part of our agenda, you'll hear more from staff and from the applicants who are here to talk about those projects. So with that being said, that just gives you some framework. So for this first public hearing item, we're here to take any questions about the residential zoning ordinance regulation proposed updates.
Okay, thank you so much, Director Power. So if there's anybody here this evening who would like to speak to the first agenda item for the zoning ordinance text amendments, just ask that you step up to the microphone, speak loudly, and then we can hear your comments, and then we'll move on to the next agenda item when everybody has spoken. So is there anybody here that would like to speak to that agenda item number 1? And this is for the zoning ordinance text amendments. So the Brookwood is going to be later on in the agenda. We had our public hearing on November 9th. All right, thank you so much. All right, as there's no comments regarding item number 1 under our public hearings, I would entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Jar.
I ask if there were any public comments available on Zoom.
Oh, thank you so much for reminding me.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Jar. We do have 3 external attendees on the Zoom window tonight. If anybody out there would like to make public comment, please either raise that virtual hand, type something into the chat, or if you're calling in, you can dial *9 to make comment. So anybody on the Zoom wishing to make comment on this, we'll give you another little while. It looks like the answer is no.
Thank you so much, Director Bauer. Seeing as we have no comments from Zoom, Commissioner Jar, would you like to make a motion?
I would love to make the motion to close the public hearing for item 1.
Thank you so much.
Support.
Support. We have a motion by Commissioner Jar, support by Commissioner Budd to close the public hearing. All in favor to close the public hearing, say aye. Aye. Opposed? None? And the public hearing is closed. Brings us to item number 2, which is the 5M Van Buren LLC's Integrity Component and Design Special Land Use Review Public Hearing. Have a motion to open the public hearing?
Through the chair, make a motion, we open the public hearing to hear the request.
We have motion by Commissioner Budd. Do we have support?
Support.
Support by Commissioner Cullen. All in favor to open the public hearing, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And our public hearing is open on item number 2, the 5M Van Buren LLC Integrity Component and Design Special Land Use Review. If anybody here in the audience this evening would like to speak regarding this public hearing, if you please step up to the microphone and take comment on this agenda item. All right, does not appear anybody wishes to speak on this agenda item. Director Powers, or anybody, one of our 3 people on Zoom that would like to speak regarding this item?
Anybody on Zoom seeking to speak on the lumberyard site on Beck Road? Please let us know. Looks like they are not going to make a comment on that.
All right, thank you so much. This time I'd ask for a motion to close the public hearing.
Sir, I move to close the public hearing for item number 2.
We have a motion by Commissioner Jar, support by Commissioner Cullen.
Yes. Support.
Any comments or discussion regarding the motion? All in favor to close the public hearing, say aye. Aye. Opposed? And the public hearing is closed. We're on to our third public hearing this evening, Nighthawk Properties Zippy Auto Wash Special Land Use Review. We have a motion to open the public hearing on item number 3.
Through the chair, I move that we open the public hearing concerning Nighthawk Properties Zippy Auto Wash Special Land Use Review.
Support for the motion. We have a motion to open the public hearing by Commissioner Cullen, support by Commissioner Garrett. Any comments or discussion regarding the motion? Seeing as none, all in favor to open the public hearing, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And we are open for our public hearing on the item number 3. So if you have any questions, anyone in the audience that has questions regarding item number 3, Nighthawk Properties Zippy Auto Wash Special Land Use Review, if you please come up to the podium at this time. Yes, sir. Yes.
I know there's a couple of other agenda items for this evening. Let's get it out of the way now. Good evening, everyone. My name's Brian Sullivan, as the everything turns on for me. I'm a third-generation car wash operator. Family's been washing cars in the township for 35 years.
Sorry, could you
Yeah.
please state your address as well?
13609 Fairview Court in
Thank you.
Van Buren.
Yep.
Um,
And I hate to do it again, interrupt you again. If you can speak into the microphone, because it's,
Is it on?
especially with the
Are you
furnace. Thank
able to
you.
hear me now?
Yeah, the
Okay.
furnace kicked on just as
Thank
you
you.
started
All right.
speaking.
I appreciate that. Again, my name's Brian Sullivan. I'm a third-generation car wash operator. Been washing cars in the township for 35 years and in the city of Belleville for 60 years. I come before the commission tonight with 2 primary concerns regarding this proposed site, and I know there'll be other comments later on, as was mentioned. My first concern with the proposed site is the volume of traffic exiting onto Belleville Road at that particular intersection. And the second concern is the shared use driveway with respect to the urgent care. Before I get to those points, it's worth mentioning that I think the public perception of what happens at these meetings is too often than not, we're going to talk about rules and regulations, the color of brick, things of that nature, but it became abruptly apparent to me that what happens and what's discussed and approved here affects our community members in ways that we don't always fully realize. That this proposed development will significantly impact my family's livelihood. The best example I can give is if my neighbor Atchison would, we were here tonight talking about a new Ford dealer going in down the road, and what would that do to their sales? But I say this not out of pity, I say this out of, to be as transparent as possible so you all know where I'm coming from. So my first concern is with the volume of cars exiting that particular site. And I know I've looked at the McKenna report, and I'm willing to bet anyone that wrote that and reviewed it has never worked in a car wash. This proposed tunnel would easily wash 130, 150 cars in an hour, 1,000, 1,500 cars in a day. So when you're putting that volume of cars, 100, 125 cars an hour going out of that site, what is that going to do to the rates of potential increased accidents on Belleville Road? And I say this not out of a hypothetical. I say this as I've actually been hit. I have my old incident report pulling out of that site a couple of years ago. We all know that Belleville Road can back up to past 94 up to Menard some days. So my concern is of the volume of cars leaving there in accidents. And I would suggest that the commission and through planning require that the applicant complete at the very minimum a traffic study to determine if there are increased accidents and what is acceptable. Because the governing ordinance here is Article 12, 305, and 306, that we have to make sure that any design, any proposed zoning change is so designed and located, as the language says, so that the public health, safety, and welfare is protected. And if we have a high increase of accidents leaving there, at what point is that acceptable? My second concern is with the shared use driveway, with respect to the urgent care. Now, when I looked at the 824 site plan, there may have been an update since then, but I think there's 16 to 18 or so stacking spots that are for lines for the cars. My site, I can fit 50, and I can fit 50 up to the road. What happens on a busy day when you're even washing 100, 125 cars an hour? The line's going to continue to grow, and it's going to grow past the parking lot, past the meets and bounds of the new proposed site, and into that shared driveway, and it will likely line up to the road. Customers will find a way to fit in. And then what happens when you're pushing cars into Belleville Road and out into that shared driveway? and you can have 2, 3, 4, 6, 10, 12 cars. Recently, I had as many as 12 in my front lot trying to exit onto Belleville Road. What happens at that point is you're going to have gridlock. And I've been in this business my entire life. You're going to have gridlock into that driveway. And that driveway, if it were their own driveway, their problem. But this is an urgent care. It's the only medical facility like that north of the lake in the township, if I'm not mistaken. So, and I say this out of also personal experience. I don't know if anyone here has ever had to rush to that site for themselves or for a family member. I've had to do that. They didn't think they were going to make it to the hospital. So what happens on that busy day when this driveway is blocked and a member of our community is trying to get there for potentially something that is life-saving? Now, it may never happen, but there's a chance that it could happen. I know I've had to rush there. I don't know if anyone else has, like I said. But somebody can't get in. What if an ambulance needs to get in or get out, or a fire truck? If we are truly looking at the factors set forth in Article 12306, the public health and safety has to be protected. And I would ask that the commission and through planning look at what are the contingencies if that driveway is blocked, and how can the public access that site if someone needs to do that at any given point. So I thank you all for your time this evening, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak.
Thank you for coming to the meeting this evening. Thank you for your comments. Do we have anybody else in the audience this evening who would like to speak to this agenda item? Director Powers, is there anybody on Zoom?
If anybody on the Zoom call would like to speak about the Zippy Auto Wash proposal at 11650 Belleville Road, please let us know. I have no indication of that.
So much. Do we have a motion to close the public hearing at this time?
Through the chair, make a motion, we close the public hearing.
Support.
Motion by Commissioner Budd, support by Commissioner Jar. Any comments or discussion? Seeing as we have none, all in favor to close the public hearing, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And the public hearing is closed for item number 3. Right, we are up to our old business portion of our agenda. Item number 1 on old business is Chris Gardner, SB Investments LP, Brookwood Special Land Use Review. Director Power, I believe you are starting us off this evening.
Mr. Chair. Take a few comments with me up to the podium. And while I get some informational slides together, I would just like to give a brief overview of where we are in the process of this review. As mentioned, this is a item under our old business for tonight's meeting. The first request is to, again, consider the special land use request for Brookwood, the Brookwood multifamily senior housing project. It is a proposed 132 unit attached multifamily senior housing project located at the 44-acre parcel on the north side of Tyler Road, which is east of Morton Taylor Road, west of the Hickory Woods development. The site is zoned RM multifamily residential. At the public hearing and regular meeting that was held on November 9th, the project was presented at that time. And at that time, the Planning Commission had requested some additional information in order to continue with a more complete review. And so with the submittal that has been in your packet this evening, you have some additional information, including a summary of some comparison senior housing projects that were provided previously, an updated traffic impact study dated November 30th, 2022. This traffic impact study includes projected traffic from the Hampton Manor senior housing project located at 43345 Tyler Road. There has been a stone strip proposed to provide separation between driveways that are effectively shared otherwise between adjacent units with side entry facing garages. There have been some additional notes on tree protections in the site plan. There has been some additional screening provided between proposed units 87 and 60, proposed units 57 and 97, and additionally across from the one of the parking areas, and a draft conservation easement to Eagle in terms of a boundary for a conservation easement has been supplied to the township, which was also provided in the packet. And finally, an entry boulevard with traveling lane widths on each side that are 22 feet in the event that there needs to be basically two ways in and out of the project. That design edit has been made to the plans. In my comments to you tonight, again, this is in two parts that staff reviews this project. There's a special land use component and a preliminary site plan component, both of which our principal planner and planning consultant will have some comments on. And then you've had previous comments from the township engineer and fire marshal on the site plan. But I wanted to just provide a couple of additional comments that are reinforcing some of the standards that the township will have to oversee as if this project moves forward. The first is that there is a proposed pump station required to pump the sanitary sewage disposal across Tyler Road under the large water main. So if that pump station moves forward as part of the design, it will require township board approval as part of any special land use approval by the Board of Trustees, and a set of deed and/or lease restrictions that define the occupancy of each unit to be by seniors will need to be provided to the township. So just some overarching comments related to this being a senior housing project and relating to the requirement for the board's review of the pump station. I do have some images on the slide. I'd like to defer now to our principal planner to provide some comments on her updated report for the special land use request. And we also have members of the Brookwood group here again tonight, and there is room for public comment if that's requested as well.
Thank you so much, Director Power. Ms. Christian?
Thank you. Thank you, Director Power. Just to summarize the project once again, this is a senior living facility called Brookwood, located on a 44.23 acre parcel. It's on the north side of Tyler Road, just east of Morton Taylor Road. And the units proposed are in groupings of 2, 4, and 6 units. The site is zoned RM, Multiple Family Residential District, which does permit apartments as a principal permitted use. However, senior housing is considered as a special land use in this district, which is why we had a public hearing on this proposal. The zoning ordinance has certain general standards based upon which every request for special land use is reviewed. I shall summarize those in brief. The first one is if it would promote the use of land in a socially and economically desirable manner. Now, the need for senior housing has been discussed at multiple planning commission meetings and was forwarded to the Township Board of Trustees, as a result of which a senior housing amendment was adopted in our zoning ordinance a few years ago. Since then, the Planning Commission has heard and the Township Board has approved apartment-style independent senior housing facility up on Belleville Road that is currently under construction, the Clover development. And the other senior facility is immediately south of this site, which is the Hampton Manor Apartments, which is an assisted living facility involving memory care. It is not an independent living facility. At this time, the applicant is providing for a different kind of option for senior housing, which is single-family unit style. It is attached units, but it's single-story attached independent senior living. With regard to if it's necessary for public convenience at this location, it is located off Tyler Road, which is designated as a major thoroughfare in our master plan, and it is also zoned multiple family residential. With regard to compatibility with adjacent uses of land, it does abut multiple family residential to the east, single family residential uses to the north, single family residential and assisted living senior facility to the south, commercial, single family, and vacant land to the west. Even though there is a significant portion of this parcel that is not buildable for the applicant because Eagle has required that a conservation easement be placed on all the wetlands on the property. If all the site design requirements, which I shall go over later in our site plan review letter, are met. We believe this use will be operated in a manner that will protect public health, safety, and welfare as required for a special land use. The proposed use is not likely to cause injury to any other property in the neighborhood in which it is located. Conservation of natural environment, resources, and energy. As I previously mentioned, there are significant wetlands on this property, which Eagle has deemed as being regulated wetlands, and the applicant is placing a permanent conservation easement on these wetlands to preserve them as is. The applicant is also preserving all of the tree cover that is along the east property line that abuts the existing multiple family residential development, Hickory Woods to the east. They are trying to keep as many trees along the perimeters of the property and in the areas that are not being disturbed intact. The areas of disturbance where the trees are going to be removed, the applicant will be providing either replacement or will be providing money into the township's tree replacement fund. A deposit into the tree replacement fund will go in only after the applicant has maximized as many trees as can be fit onto the site reasonably to ensure their survival. Review of this proposal is a valid exercise of the township's police power. In addition to these general standards, there are specific criteria under section 5.143, which governs senior housing. I shall go over these in brief. The proposal does meet the minimum land area required for such development. The minimum 2-unit independent living unit is required to be at least 850 square feet. Based on our preliminary review, it is at least 1,400 square feet, but the applicant needs to note that on their plans as a confirmation. The maximum permitted building height is 40 feet. What the applicant is proposing is only 20 feet, so it's well within the ordinance limits. A little correction needs to be made. Tyler Road is designated as a major thoroughfare, which is a requirement for senior housing developments, and it does have a planned right-of-way width under Wayne County for 120 feet. The ordinance requires a preservation of 25% of the site, exclusive of all rights-of-way, to be maintained as landscaped open space or as open space recreational areas. Now, the applicant is preserving significant amount of wetlands, and in addition, they have active recreation facilities for the seniors residing there in the form of pickleball court, walking paths, landscape lawn areas. The revised submission shows open space calculations, which total 72.8% of the total site, or 32.3 acres. Senior housing is also required to maintain very high quality of architecture, and the applicant meets or exceeds these requirements. The senior housing development is also required to comply with the parking requirements of the ordinance. The applicant is not only providing garage parking for each of the living units that are in there. In addition to it, they are providing small lots within the development for visitor parking so that parking does not become a nuisance or block any of the circulation pathways within the site. The ordinance, however, has got a limit on no more than 20% of the required parking to be provided. That's a provision in our zoning ordinance to prevent the creation of vast amounts of parking that would contribute to surface runoff and stormwater detention. The visitor parking is a good idea for this site. It is a deviation that can be granted by the Planning Commission, and that is something that we would support. The senior housing development is also required to comply with the landscaping and screening standards of the ordinance, and there are a few minor comments left in our landscaping requirements, which I shall review in the site plan later, and provided those are met, this standard can also be met. We've been working with the applicant for the past several months in trying to get them to submit a plan that meets or exceeds all of the ordinance requirements for senior housing developments. At this time, based upon the revised proposal that they have presented in response to your concerns and questions that you raised at the public hearing, we believe the project is in a position to receive a recommendation for special land use approval from the Planning Commission. So it is our recommendation at this time that the Planning Commission recommend special approval to the Township Board, subject to the following 4 conditions: clarification of minimum floor area for each unit, approval of a utility plan and stormwater detention plan by the Township Engineer and Wayne County. Any conditions that are posed by the Planning Commission on the preliminary site plan approval must be met. And finally, they submit for final site plan approval once engineering approval is obtained from Wayne County. I would be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Krishnan. This time, if we have any questions or comments regarding the special land use requested review by the applicant, if you'd like to step up and speak to it. If not, we can go right into comments from our commissioners. All right, same warning, so microphone's really touchy, so you got to speak really loud. If you could please state your name and address and identify yourself, that would be wonderful.
Perfect. And I'm Tom Gritter. I'm part of the development team. My partner Luke was up here, I think, last month. So don't have too much to add. I know there's a long meeting, but yeah, here to answer questions. We're excited about the development. It's been good working with Dan and Vidya. I think we've incorporated the changes from last meeting. We've got our development team with Wade Trim and Chris Garner here as well. And yeah, just going through, just kind of summarizing what we've got. It's not showing up on the screen. Okay. But again, you guys kind of hit all the points I was going to cover anyways, so I don't know.
We may be able to, we'll have a second item for this topic. We'll have a site plan review,
Yeah,
so we can go over some additional.
So our
we can do
first
that at a time.
item is going to be on the special land request, and then the second one will be going through the full site plan review. Sure. Or the preliminary site plan review. So, thank you so much. Do we have anybody in the audience this evening that would like to speak to agenda item number 1, the special land use review for the Brookwood site? Yeah, if you could please step up to the microphone, state your name, your address, and
My name's Raymond Kolb, KOLB, 42899 Bradley Drive, Van Buren Township. My question was, how much of the wetlands, I'm in the, Robson River Park housing sub. I was wanting to, what I asked last time was, what's the distance of the wetlands to my backyard, basically?
if I remember correctly, you're right adjoining that property line,
Yes,
correct?
I adjoin, the company does own all the way back to the subdivision, correct? I mean,
Yes.
so I was wanting to know what the distance is from where you're gonna stop your development here because of the wetlands. How far is it from the subdivision?
Okay.
And we didn't know last month.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for your comments. Thank you for coming to the meeting. Is it somebody from Brookwood that knows the distance? They could answer this.
Offhand, I do not know the exact distance. Approximately at least 100 feet, I'd say. I could give you an exact dimension at a later date if that works.
State your name.
My name is Veronica Clark with Wade Trim.
Feeling somebody might be looking for it currently. So
Through the chair, if we approximate if you look at, you can actually see on the image on the screen, there's a conservation easement that's been proposed for that whole northern section of the project by the applicant. The entire depth of that parcel is roughly, let me get a good estimate for you. The depth of the parcel is roughly 22 to 2,400 feet. Is that, if that sounds right to the applicant? So you're looking at a good maybe 400 or so foot stretch up there at the edge.
Through the chair. I have the PDF up here on my computer, and it is a rough estimate scaling from the PDF about, Dan was pretty close, about 375 feet from the edge, from that dark black line that you're pointing at. No, I'm saying on the east side, or on the north side it would be. At the end of the cul-de-sac, on the backyard of those properties, to the north, to the property line would be about 375 feet.
Park it closer to 400 feet at least.
Oh, so, all right. So is that, sir, does that answer the question, or you're, okay. Do we have any other individuals this evening, anybody in the audience that would like to speak to this agenda item? I think that answered, yes. Thank you for coming out this evening. Director Power, did you have something else you wanted to add to this, or?
Not for the special land use review, no.
Okay, I hate to do this, but I was going to ask you if anybody was on Zoom that wanted to. Is your,
Let me just see.
I saw a chat.
Let's see here. Or is that an email in my inbox, maybe?
Oh, that's it.
Oh, there is a chat. There is a
Yeah, that's the
question.
chat.
So let's see what we have.
Yes.
I do have one question in our chat. Thank you, Ms. Krishnan. If you'd like me to read it.
please, Director Power.
So the question is from anonymous attendee. I am a Hickory Woods resident living along the tree line. How large or high will the buffer be between the Hickory Woods tree line and the proposed development? Note that some of the Hickory Woods properties have a shallow tree line while others a more robust one. Will something be done to make sure that everyone on the tree line have a robust barrier? So maybe that's something that the applicant can speak to. I know that there were some additional details provided in the plans regarding the tree line.
Chris Garner, Brookwood Development, or SB Invest. It is our intention to leave that tree line as is, really, we have no intention to disturb it. So whatever is there is there. If we have to, if there is any disturbance, then we will replant. But that was the guidance that was given to us by the commission, by the planners, and that's exactly, or that's how we would like to proceed.
Great. Thank you very much.
If I may add a clarification.
Yes, Ms. Krishnan.
The zoning ordinance requires a 20-foot wide buffer with one tree every 20 linear feet along the east property line. They are maintaining all of the vegetation intact along the east property line, and as part of the tree replacement that they need to do, any gaps in the vegetation will be filled in with new trees based upon their landscape plan. So wherever the landscaping is thinner, as suggested by the resident, those gaps will be covered by new trees the applicant will be planting.
Great, thank you. Do you have any other questions or comments from anybody in the audience this evening? All right, do we have any comments or questions from commissioners regarding this agenda item? No? Are we ready to take action?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Jar.
at this time, I would move to recommend to the Township Board that they grant the applicant, Chris Garner, on behalf of owner SB Invest LP, special land use approval to permit construction of an independent multifamily residential senior housing development with 132 dwelling units with combined gross floor area of 154,110 square feet at the site located on the north side of Tyler Road between Morton Taylor and Haggerty Roads. The site having a tax parcel ID of 83043-990-015-000. Based on the analysis subject to the conditions in the McKenna letter dated 7 October?
December 9th.
December 9th, pardon me. Dated December 9th, letter of staff dated 7 December 2022, submitted for your approval.
Support.
Motion by Commissioner Jar, support by Commissioner Cullen. Have any questions or comments, discussion regarding this motion? Seeing as none, can I have a roll call, please?
Sherry Budd,
Yes.
Bernie Grant,
Yes.
Medina Atchison,
Yes.
Brian Cullen,
Yes.
Jeff Jar,
Yes.
Brian Kelly.
Yes. Right, and the motion passes. That will bring us up to our item number 2 on old business, the Chris Gardner, SB Investments LP Brookwood Preliminary Site Plan Review. All right, back to you, Director Power.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me okay? right now?
It's
a little
quiet
faint?
with the,
Okay.
with the furnace.
We'll try to speak up. Little tip, if you're on this microphone, please speak up. I have no more comments to add from my report on the preliminary site plan aspect of this review. Preliminary site plan is something that every project that has a site plan component will go through. And so this is more of an opportunity for staff to share technical comments based on the township's zoning ordinance and engineering standards manual, and any comments that the fire marshal had from a fire access and safety perspective. So that's a different set of comments in your report. We'll go through those staff comments from our planning consultant, our engineering consultant, and then I'll summarize the engineer's comments. I don't think you heard much in the way of the engineering comments last time, and there's new planning comments this time. So we'll go through those findings at this time.
Ms. Christian?
Thank you, Director Power, Commissioner Kelly. Once again, this project is located in an RM, multiple family zoning district, and it is a special land use. The applicant's proposal is to develop the 132 units in 4 different phases. We would like them to provide information on the timeline for each phase, and every phase needs to be standalone and complete when it is finished. All the utilities, the road network, the sidewalk network should be completed as each and every phase is completed. So that is a clarification that is required. The project meets the minimum land area requirement for a senior housing development. All of the dimensional requirements with regard to setbacks, building heights are met. With regard to access and circulation, the subject site is proposing just one boulevard access drive onto Tyler Road. When this project was initially proposed to the township, we asked the applicant to check on the option of providing a secondary means of access onto Morton Taylor Road on the north side of the site. However, they had the wetlands mapped by Eagle, and all of those are considered as protected wetlands, and Eagle is not desirous of trying to get a pavement or a paved road network going right through their parcels and refused to allow such connection. So the applicant has provided a tiny stub at the cul-de-sac end that you see on the left side of your screen, which is technically north, that in the event, if ever, the parcels to the west should be developed, there is a potential for that development to connect to this development. But at this time, all access will be in and off of Tyler Road only. At the last meeting, the Planning Commission had concerns, what happens if there is an emergency and the access into the development is blocked. So the applicant has designed each side of the boulevard as a two-way movement of vehicles. So if necessary, even if one side of the boulevard is completely blocked, you can still have the second side functioning as an ingress and egress. So that would be the best option provided, and it's something the township engineer and the fire department find acceptable too. As I mentioned, cross-access cannot be planned to Hickory Woods to the east because there is no provision available for them to connect to Hickory Woods. It wasn't designed at the time that development went in. They are providing a stub on the west side of the cul-de-sac in the event there is a future connection to the west. There are new 5-foot wide concrete sidewalks to be installed along the site's frontage on Tyler Road and along the interior of all the roadways within the development. All of the parking spaces are being provided within the garage and the driveway, and there are a few visitor parking lots, which is anywhere from, I believe, 6 to 8 spaces in small groupings. All of the spaces meet the ordinance requirements. In addition, they have provided parking for the tennis courts that are located as part of their clubhouse itself. As I previously mentioned, our zoning ordinance limits additional parking being provided to no more than 20% of what is required. So if your requirement is 100 spaces, you cannot provide more than 120 spaces. It's an absolute limit. In this case, the applicant is asking for that excess because they are counting their driveways also as parking spaces. So in order to provide those visitor parking spaces, they need the Planning Commission to grant them the deviation to create those tiny visitor lots. We are in support of the applicant's recommendation because it's just good site design and prevents vehicles from parking in the main roadways and blocking circulation through the development. The required barrier-free accessible spaces have been provided at the clubhouse. A loading space is also shown at the clubhouse as required by the ordinance. Now, the landscaping and screening requirements in our zoning ordinance are one of the most elaborate requirements for all sites. We have multiple requirements: landscaping adjacent to public rights-of-way, which would be along Tyler Road, landscaping along the interior roadways in the development, landscaping around each unit, along the perimeter of the site, the east property line and the west property lines, screening of the loading area. And the applicant has met or exceeded all of these requirements. The project does have multiple detention ponds. Our ordinance has detention pond landscaping requirements. However, detention pond review is subject to Wayne County approval, and Wayne County does regulate what kind of plantings can be put around these ponds. So when the applicant gets Wayne County approval for detention, at such time, the landscaping approval also needs to be obtained from Wayne County. A tree removal permit is required whenever trees are proposed to be removed. Most of the tree cover on the northern and northwestern side and along the east and west property lines is being preserved. However, just the areas of disturbance will result in a removal of total of 505 trees. Based upon the caliper count of the trees, it equals 549 tree credits. As I mentioned, replacement trees are required above and beyond required landscaping. So the required landscaping is several hundred trees. The replacement landscaping has to be above and beyond that. The applicant is putting as many trees as they possibly can within their greenbelt areas and other areas where they can fit into the site. The rest will be paid into the township's tree fund. A photometric plan has been provided with few street light poles and also wall-mounted fixtures on the building facades, and all of them meet ordinance standards. With regard to architecture, these are single-story ranch-style units. The structures are to be constructed primarily of masonry, which is face brick. At least 58% of the facade will be brick, with accents of fiber cement siding and trim, about 18%, and 24% of the facade will be windows, doorways, and other glazing kind of opening. The proposal and the amount of materials proposed does meet what is the minimum required. It actually exceeds what is minimum required. Although not applicable to senior housing specifically, the Planning Commission has over the past several months discussed the appearance of front-loaded garages on such developments. You visit a 6-unit building and you're seeing 6 straight-shot driveways. It is not a look that the Planning Commission encourages. So the applicant was asked to explore the possibility of providing side entry garages in the initial onset of this project. Most of the units that you see proposed in this development all have courtyard garages, which basically means the driveway comes off and both the garages are side-loaded. At your last meeting, you had concerns. What happens when a senior is trying to back out of their driveway and you have another senior parked behind them in their driveway? How do they know they can actually make the turn? In response to that, based upon the applicant looking at other projects, they have provided a narrow strip of stone that divides the driveway into two, which actually provides a separation so that the occupant of one unit does not park and block this occupant. They also submitted some turn diagrams to Director Power to show that the turn can be made. The stone strip that separates the driveway basically acts like a rumble strip. If you drive on it, you know you're crossing your driveway, and it helps you pull to the front and reverse. In some cases, there is the ability, if it's a regular size vehicle, there is going to be the ability for the senior to reverse and head out face first out of their driveway. In other cases, if you're driving a larger pickup truck, the senior will probably have to reverse out all the way onto the driveway. But the stone strip divided driveway will actually provide them with the ability to guide them onto it without hitting any vehicle that is parked for the abutting unit. It is the best design that is possible without changing the entire development into front-loaded garages, which has its own disadvantages in terms of visibility. The proposal does not include any dumpster. This is a residential development, so curbside trash pickup. There is a monument sign at the entrance to Tyler Road, and the sign details comply with the ordinance standards. The Planning Commission had also asked where the mechanical units, the air conditioning units, will be placed for each unit so it doesn't become a nuisance to the neighboring unit. And the applicant is placing it on the rear of each dwelling with sufficient distance between the units and neighboring dwellings. There'll also be some amount of landscaping proposed so that the noise does not create a source of nuisance for seniors living in abutting units. At this time, based upon our review of this proposal multiple times, it is our recommendation that the Planning Commission approve the preliminary site plan for Brookwood Senior Housing, subject to 5 conditions. One would be notation of a detailed phasing timeline and clarification regarding the self-sufficiency of each phase. Planning Commission approval of the additional parking to exceed the 20% limitation placed. Addition of deciduous and evergreen tree at the front lot line. There is one missing tree, which they have to add. Wayne County and Township Engineer approval of the detention pond design and landscaping. And finally, special land use approval by the Township Board of Trustees. I would be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Mr. Kamer?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Kelly. As Director Power mentioned, we didn't get a chance to really go over any of our comments at the last Planning Commission meeting, just due to not everybody being here and knowing that we were coming back. So I will do my best to keep them brief and give an overview of the areas that we've worked with the engineers on over the last couple of months. So we reviewed the updated site plans submitted to Township and distributed for this preliminary site plan review number 2 on November 1st, 2022. The accompanying review letter that you have in your packets is an update to the previous preliminary site plan review letter that was dated October 7th. Outside of the information that Ms. Krishnan mentioned as far as the construction or the proposed development, they are proposing a full stormwater management system, including an enclosed underground storm sewer system, 5 separate detention ponds that work in conjunction with each other, a new public water main system with 11 hydrants and service lines to each housing unit, a 10-inch PVC piping system with service connections to each unit, as well as other roadway and site plan improvements. As per usual, during the preliminary site plan review, we are conducting the review for engineering feasibility, providing preliminary comments so that the applicant is able to move on to the engineering review portion of the submittal. One item that I didn't have in here in our letter, but going off of what Ms. Krishnan mentioned about the phasing, is that of all of these units, stormwater, water main, sanitary system, if it is built out in a phased way, all of these units must be able to function on their own or in conjunction as they move forward, or be able to tap into the stormwater system. For instance, everything flows north and then discharges to the north. So if it is phased from south to north, the applicant will be required to obviously build that system out so that it functions properly as the system is built. With that, I'll get into each individual item for the engineering review. So first, the water main service. Township GIS and Township records indicate and show that there is an existing 12-inch that runs along Tyler Road, running east and west. In addition to, which we'll get to in a minute, there are also 2 Galiwa 42-inch water main distribution mains that run along Tyler Road as well, in the middle of the road. The current plan shows that the applicant plans to tap the system along Tyler Road, the 12-inch, in 2 separate areas with an 8-inch water main loop, and run the 8-inch line around the site in a manner to loop each of the cul-de-sacs, and then give the secondary tap on the west side of the property. The system includes 11 hydrants and 2-inch domestic line service lines to each individual housing unit. In general, at this point, the layout of the hydrants, the valves, any connections to other portions of the main will be reviewed and discussed with the fire marshal, the water and sewer director, when plans continue to the engineering side of the review. During our review, you'll see the way that the letter is broken down is we left many of our comments from our original review and then added additional comments on November 2nd, which is the date of this letter. One of the items that we noticed in our secondary review is that the applicant has proposed looping the system as a said where they're tapping the water system twice. Unfortunately, what happens is that the system then reverts and goes north with one water main, which kind of defeats the purpose of the dual tap when you're going into a singular feed. So our comment is that the loop on the plans, and as referenced in the first comment on this sheet, is that the loop should continue further north in order to extend the redundancy of the system rather than come to a single pinch point on the north side of Area 2. The dual taps on Tyler Road become less effective without the transfer of redundancy further north, and the applicant should look to having 2 feeds connecting between Area 2 and 3 instead of the 1. There has been coordination between the township and the applicant ongoing regarding trying to tap into the water main system that is to the east in Hickory Woods. Due to the wetlands and the Eagle Conservation easement, it appears that that is going to be a very difficult ask, so we will work with the applicant just to make sure that the reliability of this system has 2 feeds in the meantime, so that if there is an issue where service does need to be shut off to the east or the west on Tyler Road, that they can still access and maintain their water service. Otherwise, the layout is feasible and looks good at this point in the design. For the sanitary system, there is a 15-inch sanitary line main that runs along the south side of Tyler Road. And the current plan for the applicant, originally the applicant had thought to directionally drill across the road, not knowing that the 42-inch Glio mains were at the middle of the road and essentially take up the entire depth in which they could connect to the 15-inch. So the applicant's plan now is to tap into this main with a 3-inch sanitary force main proposed to be directionally drilled underneath the 42-inch water mains running along Tyler Road. This 3-inch pumped service connection will come from a pump station that will collect all the water from the north and drain into this pump/lift station. So the whole site essentially drains north to south into the pump station. Then it gets pumped in a 3-inch line under Tyler Road into the township sanitary system. Again, there was a future build out in Hickory Woods. There is actually a sanitary connection that is built for future expansion. The issue is if you look up in this drawing here, the connection is in the northeast corner of this property, and it would entail going through the wetlands to the north. So the applicant has worked with Director Power and with us to find a feasible solution to the problem. The pump station is a feasible solution. However, there is some maintenance and some work that needs to get worked out with the township and the water and sewer director about ongoing maintenance with the pump station, because it does have to be a public pump station run by the township. As Director Power mentioned, the use of the pump station needs to be approved by the township board, and if it is approved, then the pump station just needs to be designed per township standards. As I mentioned, the storm sewer system, the applicant's plan show an existing 10-inch RCP storm system with 2 catch basins that run along Tyler Road, but we are not connecting into those. All the storm sewer and all the storm management will be run to the north through a full stormwater management system that has catch basins in the roads and outlets to 5 separate detention ponds and sediment forebays. The 3 southern detention ponds outlet to a storm main that connects through metered flow to the north outlet that eventually outlets into a seasonal stream or the wetlands to the north. We've done preliminary reviews on the calculations, and they appear to follow Wayne County standards. We just request that Wayne County has reviewed and commented on their system prior to them coming back to the township for engineering review. As we've seen before, they've come and then had to retract their design due to Wayne County standards. All right, the last comment that we have, I know there was discussions in a resubmittal of the traffic study in the last meeting. Traffic was discussed slightly. The applicant has revamped or reworked the traffic study a bit. And we reviewed the traffic study. There were some minor comments that we had based on the trip generation used. It was being used for multifamily senior housing versus what this would be considered single-family senior housing, because it's not on the same floor. It's not similar to Clover where it's multiple family single housing. That said, when we reviewed it, the added trips going from a multifamily to a single family doesn't negatively impact the overall results of the study, and there still is only minor changes to the level of service of Tyler Road with this development. So the traffic study that you have in your packet that shows minor impacts seems to be correct. We will ask the applicant, however, to update their study for the proper trip generated numbers so that in the future, when other developments come in, they will have the proper numbers in that study. With that, Fishbeck recommends that the Planning Commission grant Brookwood Van Buren Township multifamily residential preliminary site plan approval for engineering feasibility, subject to the comments listed in our letter dated November 2nd, and in accordance with the Township Engineering Standards Manual for the future submittal, engineering review submittal. I guess with that, if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Kamer. Director Power, real quickly through the Van Buren Fire letter.
Yes, I can do that. Apologies for the shuffle. There were a number of comments during the preliminary site plan review by the fire marshal. Some of the most significant remaining comments were the reduction of the section of the road to a level that there would be a wide enough traveling lane across the road so that the fire trucks could adequately maneuver without going on one of the mountable curbs, and that has been addressed with this plan set. There's a new road section that's been provided, and as of the plan set that I emailed yesterday, you'll see that detail on sheets C 3.7 and 3.8. There's a 1.5 foot mountable curb on both ends of the road, and then let's say a 24 or 25 foot wide combined traveling lane in the middle. So with that section, I know that in speaking with the fire marshal, his comments have been adequately addressed regarding the turning radii for trucks and the width of the pavement. You'll see his other comments in this report. Anything else will be addressed in final site plan and construction phase.
Thank you, Director Power. Right, up to the applicant again. If you would like to speak to any of the questions that have come up or any of the items by any of staff reports or anything, please come on up
And through the chair, and to the applicant, you probably have seen your presentation is now available. If you want to flip through any slides, you could just use the arrows.
Perfect. Yeah, Tom Gritter again, part of the development team. Not too much to add. Again, that covered most. One thing, just clarify. Yeah, we plan to develop all the infrastructure at one time. Even if we develop, different units and phases here, we would develop all that infrastructure at one time. So I'll leave it at that. I know you got a lot on the agenda tonight. So
thank you so much. All right, if we have any public comment regarding the requested preliminary site plan approval, if somebody in the audience wants to speak to the preliminary site plan under item number 2, can come up and comments or questions or anything for the applicant or staff.
This will be the last chance for comments on the Brookwood Senior Housing Multifamily Project. No new comments in the chat at this time.
Nothing on Zoom either?
Nope, no new comments on Zoom. Just a thank you from the previous commenter.
Right. Thank you, Director Power. Right, since we have no comments from the audience, do you have any questions or comments from any of the commissioners? Commissioner Jar.
Mr. Chair has indicated that there was no dumpster on the plan. They have a clubhouse, right? They don't need a dumpster for the clubhouse?
Would the applicant care to answer that?
I'm not sure. The current Taylor development, it's a little smaller than this with a little over 60 units. We're not putting a dumpster. We're just going to have multiple large 40-gallon, and that seems to satisfy everybody. We'll address that. I mean, if it is needed, I think the idea of that clubhouse is it's just a meeting area. There's, just so that they would be able just to bring, I think the trash flow would be very minimal for that type of an operation.
Their loading space is a lot bigger than what is required by the ordinance. So should the need arise at the end of the loading space area, they can put in a dumpster enclosure.
Could be included if required.
If required, and they will show it, if they should choose to put in a dumpster enclosure, it will be shown on the plan before it comes before you for final.
Okay. I have another question.
Yes, of course.
In the plans, there are sidewalks, but they're not on both sides of the street. Is that is that a design that we normally do in the township? Is that in keeping with township design standards?
Yes, that's fairly common in multifamily projects. There's some latitude to look at layouts that have less sidewalk on those internal private streets. In this case, there's some areas where it's on both sides, and in some areas it's just on one side. And one of the keys is, of course, the sidewalk on Tyler Road has to be constructed across the full frontage.
Very anticipatory. I had a question about the mountable gutters. I know that the sheet was sent out that had the detail on it earlier this week. I didn't really get a chance to explore it in depth. I apologize. The mountable gutters, are those on both sides of the streets?
Yes.
Okay.
And I can see if I can pull up a detail if you'd like. I think it's in the...
And engineering feels that those mountable gutters are sufficient for the stormwater handling?
There should be no issue handling stormwater. Typically, your standard vertical curb is more for protection of cars, not as, for not leaving the roadway as much as it is for stormwater. So there should be no issue with that.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions or comments? Yes, Commissioner Budd.
Dan, did they say that all of the firemen, his fire chief, had been answered, such as the radius for the ladder truck and then the sprinkling system? I mean, I didn't see any response to any of that in there.
Yes, that's a good question, Commissioner Budd. The last full report that we received from the fire marshal was prior to the previous planning commission meeting. This was more of a verbal update because I asked once we had a revised set of plans for this meeting we're at tonight if there were any additional comments. Prior to the last planning commission meeting, the fire marshal did have a conditional recommendation for approval, and then asking him just verbally, he said that the only issues he was still wondering about were the turning radius and the road width. As far as sprinkling, let me see if I can answer that, but I don't want to speak on the fire marshal's behalf, so I will just try to get an answer for you at a later date if we need to. His comment here is about what, at the planning staff review meeting on August 17th, it was agreed upon that if the housing units were equipped throughout with an automatic sprinkler system, an exception would be made to allow one access road. So for fire department purposes, there is one, it's a boulevarded entrance with two accesses, but it's effectively one road. That would have not been permitted if the units weren't sprinkled, but they are being sprinkled. So he said that addressed his comment previously to me verbally.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions or comments from commissioners?
I have a couple.
Yes.
There was a mention about a turning radius for those back-to-back garage drives. Is there a graphic for that?
There was a template that was provided, I believe. Do you remember what sheet that was? Design engineer? Yeah. Yeah. I'm not sure if I have that available for display. I will provide that to the board as part of a board review if this moves on to the board. Yeah, I'm afraid I don't have it readily available right now. But it was the size of I think a standard F-150. It showed basically the width would be able to be, the length would be able to be accommodated on that turn.
Just curious if it showed the car actually being able to come out of the driveway straight out, as opposed to backing all the way out to the street. Come out of the garage, back up far enough to come straight out, face forward instead of
So
in reverse.
kind of a
Yeah.
3-point turn.
I believe the sketch would show that a standard passenger vehicle could make the 3-point bend turn and come out face first. But if you're driving an F-150 or a bigger truck, you will have to back out onto the driveway, just like a standard single-family driveway. It might be a little tricky to try a 3-point bend with a big pickup truck.
Okay. And the last one is, I was curious about somebody mentioned phasing.
Yeah.
And I was curious about what does that mean? Is that how you're going to construct it over time and what that time frame is? Or is there consideration for maybe we'll end up stopping at some point?
So the phasing on the construction is mainly done so that so a group can get completed, get the certificate of occupancy or the temporary certificate of occupancy and start leasing up. So we're proposing, well, one time it was a 4-phase. We probably will get that down to a 3-phase. But the infrastructure will be done all one time, and then three build-out phases.
There's a commitment to finish all 3 phases, but over time, over a specific period of construction time.
I'll tell you, with the cost of money right now, it'll be very quick.
Oh, okay, that's great.
So with the rates that are going, we're trying to move very quickly.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Commissioner Jar.
Commissioner Grant, when you were asking about turn radius diagrams, my understanding is they're not in the preliminary site plan. Is that something that you would want to require before a final site plan review?
I think it would be beneficial for, in the next step for somebody to have that diagram for review, yes.
Is that something that would be a reasonable request?
Yes,
I asked engineering.
I believe the applicant already provided it, but it was provided in an email rather than as part of the submittal. So we will make sure the commissioners get it. You could add it as a condition.
It must be part of the email isn't part of the binding contract, that is the final site plan.
Through the chair,
Yes.
if I may, I think this would potentially be helpful. I have a very a quick answer, but certainly we can expand on this with the final site plan review. I do have the graphic now available for display here. It's a little bit grainy, but you can see the standard movement of a truck that's maybe a larger Ford F-150. This is just showing the backing out movement. So if there's a request to show kind of what would be the maneuvering, backing out and then facing forward, we could
That
ask for
kind of
that.
looks like it's pulling out forward or backing into it.
Yes.
I think that diagram's a little different than what's in the plan, though, because it does have maybe I misled a little bit. That looks like the radius coming from the garage is maybe a little larger, which is fine.
We'll get you a good drawing.
Any other questions or comments from any of the commissioners? Another question from someone in the audience?
Would you come on up to the microphone if you... Easier. Oh, yes, okay. Okay.
Excuse, excuse me, can you, yep, we can't hear you unless you come up to the mic. There's,
Telling your phases and steps as to what you're going to do. As I say, I live in Hickory Woods, which is adjacent or right along my back door, or my, is facing the tree line. And when
could
they
you,
started tearing it down.
I hate to do this, could you identify yourself, please?
Oh,
and your
Yvonne
ad-
Fletcher, Mrs.
Thank you.
Fletcher.
And your address?
8984 Springwood Boulevard.
Thank you so much.
As I was saying, my house or my deck is facing this tree line. And about a year ago, I think that you started removing some of the trees. And that was a problem then because we felt like we were kind of protected by those trees. So if you move them, you can see, people can see through, and there's a lot of stuff that, can particularly come back there. So that was one issue. So now you're going to build this, and you're going to have a lot of noise. I'm a senior. You're going to have a lot of noise, a lot of dirt, and Tyler Road is not going to accommodate the traffic with a 2-lane. You have to put another lane in, I'm sure. So we've got just all this stuff. I never thought it would happen. It was bad enough when the gas station came there. Now we got the site across the street, which is is it a memory site? I'm not sure. Or is it just a
Living memory care.
remembering? That's not too bad. Looks better than what was there. But to have this behind us, and it seems like you're going to sell everything around there, it's just a mess. It's really going to be a mess. And then you can't breathe well. Here comes all the dirt. How are you going to keep the dirt from getting on me? And the smells, and, it's going to be terrible. I'm sure that none of you live by that. Right? Does anyone live there in this area?
So do you have any
do,
other?
don't- the blind, I think I know you, okay. But other than that, you don't live there, so it doesn't matter to you. You're trying to make money and,
Really appreciate you coming out this evening. Do you have any other questions for the applicant? Do you have anything else regarding?
Is there anything I can do? Can I stop it? What can I do? But I did hear, are you commissioner? Which one are you, commissioner? That you would replace the trees as they are removed. Is that correct? Because I want my house. I'm going to try to sell it, though.
Ms.
Maybe
Christian,
somebody will buy it.
Is that the trees are not to be removed, and if there are trees removed, they'll be replaced. And if there's bare spots between the two parcels, that they intend on filling those bare spots in to give you more coverage.
Okay, but I'm still not happy, though. 'Cause if I could do something, I would. But if you want to buy my place, it's for sale.
Thank you for coming out this evening. Do you have any other comments or questions from commissioners this evening? Yes, Commissioner Jar.
When construction begins on a site, there are standards that are applied to the construction that require them to control dust, noise, and dirt. It's the township's intention to make sure that those are all followed, correct?
Absolutely. Our township engineer provides inspection services to verify the construction standards are being adhered to, and there's a soil erosion permit from Wayne County that covers a lot of that ground as well, as far as dust control and silt fence and those kinds of construction issues.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Through the chair. Some clarifications on this. These are single-family housing, 1 story, correct? In a area that's zoned multifamily. In other words, theoretically, if these folks didn't come in, somebody could come in and request to build an apartment complex that's 3 stories high and fills that area with more residences than what's there. Is that correct?
Yes.
So actually, because this is zone multifamily, we're restricting the amount of possible residences that could be there. I guess is a nice way of saying it. Is that true? So we're actually reducing what could actually go in there.
The applicant is building to a lesser density than would be allowed by right on a parcel that is zoned RM, multiple family residential. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Right, any other questions or comments? I know I keep saying it over it, but I want to make sure everybody's heard on it that wants to be heard, so. If we have no other questions on this, are we ready to take action?
Through the chair,
Yes.
I move to grant investment LP Brookwood preliminary site plan approval at location parcel ID number 83043990015000. I am including in this approval the McKenna letter of all of the facts and findings from the McKenna letter dated October 7th, 2022. Also, the Fishbeck letter dated November 2nd, 2022. The Fire Department letter dated October 26, 2022. The Wade Trim letter dated December 1st, 2022. I also want to make an additional comment regarding the dumpster, whether it will be required for the final site plan approval. I believe that was something that Commissioner Jar requested. Okay. And then also the turning radius diagram that Commissioner Grant requested.
Thank you, Commissioner Atkinson. Just a quick clarification. Is the letter December 9th?
Yes, the updated letter from McKenna is December 9th.
We have support for the motion?
I support that motion.
A motion by Commissioner Atkinson, support by Commissioner Jar. Do we have any comments or discussions regarding the motion? Seeing as none, could we do a roll call vote, please?
Brian Cullen,
Yes.
Medina Atchinson,
Yes.
Bernie Grant,
Yes.
Sherry Budd,
Yes.
Jeff Jar,
Yes.
Brian Kelly.
Yes. Right, and the motion passes, and you are approved for preliminary site plan approval. So thank you for coming out this evening. Thank you for walking us through everything and spending as much time as you did working on this project.
Exactly what he said happening. Doesn't know. Yeah. There's repercussions.
Master plan on that, and that's what's.
We are up to new business. Our first item under new business is zoning ordinance text amendments, residential zoning regulations. I believe, Director Power, you have a presentation for us.
I'll give a brief overview. If the planning consultant doesn't mind, maybe we can team up on this, but I just will give an overview of the basis for this set of zoning ordinance amendments, and then go into just what the amendments are. On October 26th, we had a public hearing. I'm sorry, on October 26th, we had another additional discussion on this zoning ordinance topic, at which point there was a recommendation to move this to a public hearing, which we're having tonight. The consensus that was shared among the planning commissioners, based on a series of work sessions and discussions regarding residential zoning flexibility, was that the planning commission was interested in a set of zoning ordinance text amendments that would release the firm requirement and allow some flexibility or modification to the firm requirement within our planned residential development ordinance regarding building separation distance. And there was also a move to increase flexibility regarding side entry garage requirements in residential subdivisions and site condominiums. And so what you see on the screen is just the specific changes that were made in the section regarding modifications to planned residential developments, section 6.203, subsection 3. You now see that one of the permitted modifications that the Planning Commission may make in PRDs would include the building separation requirement under section 6.207C. If you look at section 6.207 B3, the Planning Commission has moved to strike the minimum building separation requirement of section 6.207C not being allowed to be modified. And then additionally, there were recommendations regarding side entry garages, both with respect to the garage door orientation of a unit being one of the permitted categories of architectural differentiation between adjacent home sites, and then also regarding an alternative to a project having 30% of their garages being side or rear oriented. In place of having side or rear orientation for garages, the Planning Commission can consider, and the Board of Trustees can consider upon recommendation from the Planning Commission, other treatments such as the recessing of a garage door 5 feet from the front of the dwelling, use of architectural enhanced garage doors, expanded brick on the front facade, and then one of the later additions here that was spoken about was the limits on the ratio of the garage door area to the area of the dwelling's front facade. So you can't have the garage door area be the focus of the front facade, or other enhancements deemed acceptable by the Planning Commission. So it gives some additional flexibility regarding the side and rear garage door requirement. Ms. Krishnan, if you have anything to add, please feel free, but this is a culmination of a lot of discussion at this point, so.
Thank you, Director Power. I think Director Power summarized the whole ordinance. Basically, the Planning Commission worked on this for months. We kept debating whether we should reduce the building separation distance from 20 feet to anything smaller. We looked at 10 feet. We looked at maybe it should be 15 feet. At the end of the day, the Planning Commission decided that they did not want to place a number on it. They wanted to review individual projects at their own merit. Maybe in some cases you would be okay with 15, in other cases, no, it had to remain 20. The ordinance, as it's currently written for PRDs, would not allow you to even consider a modification. So all you ended up wanting to do was to strike out that and allow you the flexibility to consider building separation also as one of the items for which modification can be granted, which is a very reasonable way of writing the ordinance. So, because not all cases are the same, so rather than have an absolute number, you'll be able to get a developer to present before you why it should be any less than 20 feet. Maybe 10 feet works over there. They have French drains, or the property is challenged by extensive wetlands or other natural features, or in this case, if the separation is only to plug in more units, you're going to say, no, you need to maintain the 20 feet. So that's the change. And of course, we added in substantially different. Our quality of single-family homes is really high because we expect homes to look different. Our ordinance says the homes that is immediately across from you, diagonally across from you, and to the sides cannot be the same. So you don't have cookie-cutter developments. So you added in one more option over there as to the orientation of the garage door also can be considered. And you're ensuring that if you have front-loaded garages and you're not meeting the minimum 30% side entry garages, your garages are pushed back so that the garage is not the first feature of the house you see. You're looking at the front door. You're visiting a house with a garage, not a garage with a house attached to it. So that's basically what is before you tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Krishnan. Do you have any questions or comments for any of the commissioners this evening regarding our ordinance that we've been working on for most of the summer?
Yeah.
Does anybody have anything they want to say?
Through the chair, I believe everybody knows how I feel about this particular agenda item. And I just am glad that we've gotten to this point. I feel like it did take longer than what was necessary, but I believe that by making this change, it'll align us to be more competitive to get additional builders, developers coming to the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other commissioners that wish to speak regarding this item? No? Is there anybody in the audience that would like to speak to the proposed ordinance amendment that is on agenda item number 1? Is there anybody on Zoom, Director Power? All right, thank you so much. Are we ready to take action? I believe this is a recommendation. If we go forward with this, this would be a recommendation to the Township Board of Trustees.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Jar?
I move that the Planning Commission recommend adoption of the proposed amendments to the Township Board of Trustees. the amendments to include updates to section 5.115B, dwelling, single-family residential, all-site condominiums and subdivisions. 6.203A, planned residential developments, modifications permitted. And 6.207B through C, planned residential developments design, building setbacks, and building separation as presented tonight.
Do you have support?
Support.
I have a motion by Commissioner Jar. I have support by Commissioner Atchison. Do you have any comments or discussion regarding the motion? Seeing as none, can I have a roll call vote, please?
Yes.
Bernie Grant.
Yes.
Medina Atchison.
Yes.
Brian Cullen.
Yes.
Jeff Jar.
Yes.
Kelly.
Yes. All right, and it will be moved on to our township board for review. On to new business item number 2, 5M Van Buren LLC, Integrity Components and Design Special Land Use Review. Director Power.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I just wanted to show the location of this the subject site that was just mentioned. This is at 5925 Beck Road, as mentioned. It is a parcel that is in Van Buren Township, right at the border with Canton Township. Uniquely, it involves a relationship with a business that is in Canton Township, and they will share some site components and some access. And that business is Mann's Lumber, which is located right here off of Michigan Avenue. So the subject site is, again, this one that's highlighted in yellow. The request involves some storage, a building that was mentioned in the agenda description, and outdoor storage of contracting equipment and supplies, which requires a special land use approval, which is why we had a public hearing tonight. Everything that requires a special land use approval requires a public hearing and action by the Township Board of Trustees in addition to the Planning Commission. So the first aspect of this review is to go over the special land use component. I would invite Vidya Krishnan to go over the findings of her report. And then if anybody from the design team would like to speak about the project, at that point, you'd be invited to come up and do so. We'll move through the special land use request, and then if that moves forward, we'll move to the preliminary site plan request.
Great. Thank you, Director Power. Ms. Christian?
Thank you, Commissioner Kelly. Thank you, Director Power. The proposal before you tonight is submitted by Integrity Component and Design to build a 68,228 square foot manufacturing office and warehouse facility along with related site improvements. The site is on the east side of Beck Road. And as Director Power mentioned, it is zoned M1 and connects to Mann's Lumber, which is also owned by the applicant. The applicant initially approached the township with this proposal at least a couple of years ago, but they were dealing with site plan outdoor storage issues on the Canton portion of their site. So this project was temporarily put on hold till they resolved all their issues with Canton Township. I happen to do planning consulting for Canton Township also, so I have seen all the site plans for Mann's Lumber on that end of the project. So the requested use is a special land use, which is required for outdoor storage of building or contracted equipment and supplies in the M1 district. Now, there are certain general standards which have to be met, and then specific standards for outdoor storage. With regard to the use of the land being socially and economically desirable, it is located in an industrial zoning and is also, although there are a few single-family dwellings that are located on Beck Road, these are all non-conforming single-family dwellings. They are all currently zoned M1, and this entire area is master planned for medium to high-intensity industrial developments only. That is what this site is for. The applicant, however, has addressed any concerns or negative impacts that may come up through the use of setbacks and extensive landscaping for the proposed development. Is it necessary for public convenience at the location? One of the biggest challenges when we started reviewing the project was the fact that they are manufacturing roof trusses and heavy lumber products, and the fact that those trucks will leave and head northwards onto Michigan Avenue or head south on Beck towards Ecorse, ripping up the existing gravel road. It is not paved. So our initial requirement was that the applicant should either pave one of the stretches which goes in order to take the heavy truck load. Subsequently, the applicant worked with their Canton portion of the site, and at this time, the site plan is designed that all truck traffic will be directed northward through the Canton Township site only onto Michigan Avenue. Truck traffic will not come out onto Beck Road. It'll be only the people who are working over here with their usual car traffic or whoever employee traffic. That's the only thing that will come off Beck Road. Canton Township has accepted the proposal and are okay with all of the truck traffic from the Van Buren site also being funneled through their site onto Michigan Avenue, because Canton also has multiple non-conforming single-family dwellings on Beck Road, and they would rather take the traffic through their own site than rip up Beck Road, because Beck Road, once it rains and it's a gravel road, it is not in good condition. So limiting truck traffic to go only through their existing site actually is a good site design at this time. Is it compatible with the adjacent uses of land? As I mentioned, there are lots of non-conforming single-family residential dwellings, but with providing of required greenbelt and additional landscaping requirements, we believe the site will fit in where it is proposed. It is correctly zoned for the use, though. With regard to protection of public health, safety, and welfare, this standard can be met. We require a sidewalk to be provided along the frontage of all properties on a public road. The applicant is asking for a deferment on providing the sidewalk at this time because there is really no sidewalk connection on the east side of Beck Road. However, the Planning Commission has debated this on other projects also recently, where the concern is if it is deferred to a later date, what might that deferred date be? It can be indefinite. It can be the next 2 years, 5 years, 10 years. So the Planning Commission's policy has been to require sidewalks as and when sites are developed, even if they go nowhere at this time, because they will connect to some other sidewalk at some point of time in the future. So the applicant is asking for a deferment to providing the sidewalk at this time. We, however, are not in support of such request based upon prior action taken by the Planning Commission with regard to this matter. The proposal is not going to cause injury to any property in the neighborhood. They are providing adequate replacement trees and preserving the natural features on the site to the extent feasible. With regard to providing outdoor storage in conformance to the ordinance standards, provided some of the minor issues noted in our site plan review letter are met, we believe the standard can also be met. Review of this proposal is a valid exercise of the township's police power. In addition to these general standards, our ordinance section 5.132 has got specific standards for outdoor storage and building or contracting equipment and supplies. It requires a certain distance to be maintained from a residential district. The site is not located close to any residential district. The ordinance requires the setback from a district, not from a residential use. So the requirement is not technically applicable to this project. No yard setback area shall be used for outdoor storage. The applicant is maintaining all the yard spaces, the required front, side, and rear yards clear of storage space. All of the open storage areas need to be screened on all sides by a 6-foot-tall high permanent wall or fence with additional landscaping. The outdoor storage areas are shown screened from Beck Road by a 6-foot-tall chain link fence with gates. In order to comply with the ordinance standards, the portion of the fence and the gates that are visible from Beck Road have to be of an ornamental design. This is something that you recently reviewed for another development on I-94 North Service Drive 2. So that is a requirement. While the Planning Commission can approve chain link fence along the side and rear of the property, what is seen along Beck Road must be of a decorative design. I believe I have a comment in my site plan review letter. It might have been a drafting error. The decorative fence is shown along the east rear property line and the chain link is shown on the fence. I'm guessing the applicant meant it to be the other way, but if that's what was intended, that needs to be corrected. Stored materials in the yard cannot exceed a height of 14 feet per our ordinance. Now, the applicant has a note saying they're going to request a variance from the Zoning Board of Appeals to store items to a height of 12 feet and in some cases 14 feet. I'm not sure what the variance being requested is because that is what we allow under our ordinance provision. So if they are going to pile it up to a maximum of 14 feet, that is permissible under the ordinance. A variance is not needed. A portion of the land needs to be that is used for outdoor storage has to be surfaced properly, and all of the area with outdoor storage is going to be paved. So the concern with regarding to dust with frequent truck traffic and the roof trusses being hauled onto trucks and off the trucks will not be here. So all of the storage areas will be paved. And the applicant has agreed that they have added a note on the plan saying that mud and similar debris shall not be transported from the site and deposited onto the abutting roadways. Most of the general standards and many of the specific standards for outdoor equipment and supplies have been met at this time. Since the applicant has been working with the township on this project for a really long time, at this time we would recommend that the Planning Commission recommend approval of the proposed special land use to the Township Board of Trustees, subject to 4 conditions: installation of a sidewalk along the site's Beck Road frontage, or if the Planning Commission should choose to defer it, you put in specific terms and conditions and timelines before when that sidewalk needs to be in place. Revision to the fencing that is being proposed to have ornamental fence along Beck Road frontage. Clarification on the need for a variance for storage of materials or deletion of the note if no variance is needed. And finally, site plan approval. I would be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Ms. Krishnan. Brings us up to our applicant this evening. If you have any comments that you'd like to make or address any of the things that have been brought up through, go ahead.
Hi, my name's Alan Scott. I'm with Rand Construction in Brighton, Michigan. Because my responses are equal to each of the items going to be, because we're going to say site plan in a moment, shall I just save them and we'll hit them once because they're identical comments? The reports are so similar.
Oh, that's perfect. Yep, thank you. All right. Any questions or comments from any of the commissioners regarding the agenda item for the special land use review?
The sidewalk, I believe, needs to be installed, not deferred.
Is that a general consensus? Sidewalk should be? Yes, Commissioner Budd.
No, I did not hear what he said.
I'm sorry.
Again.
Let me restate that. My questions and comment. My comment was, I believe the sidewalk should be installed and not deferred, and without any time frame. Just it needs to be installed.
Yes.
I appreciate that it's not.
Through the chair, since that's going to happen, I do want to say that piece, because I anticipated that one. There's a 1.25 miles of roadway that's dirt between Michigan Avenue and Ecorse, with no sidewalk on either side at this point in time. And it's our belief that before the next piece is developed by anyone, the 250 foot of sidewalk we'd put in across that small piece of frontage would turn to dust before another sidewalk ever went in. I don't exactly know who would use a sidewalk that's in the middle of nowhere. We're 100% committed to doing it. Most recently, Canton, I don't really know if it's Canton or a greater power, but redid their water main on the west side of Beck. And no doubt with you folks' water main being asbestos pipe, you're probably going to do the same thing at some point. So through the construction that's going to run through that roadway, and then the paving and curbs and everything else of the roadway, our sidewalk would likely get destroyed from that effort as well. So for those two purposes, and I respect your desire, I don't think it's wise for my client to spend the money.
Ms. Christian?
Wayne County does not have any plan on the books at this time to pave Beck Road, so we might be talking about it not being built for the next 20 years. And all sidewalks go nowhere till somebody connects to them. That was the first sentence I learned in planning school 25 years ago. I stick by it.
I'd also like to add that I don't believe there are no sidewalks on Beck Road. I think that in Canton, just north of your site, some of those places do have sidewalks. You're not the only one. Do I believe you do? And I appreciate that it is a cost. And boy, I really appreciate that it's a cost, but someone has to be first. If Beck Road goes unpaved for the next 25 years, Wouldn't it be nice to not have to walk on muddy old Beck Road past your facility for the people that do walk on Beck Road? I think it needs to be put in, and it does, and it should not be deferred. Of course, I will defer to the wisdom of the commission on that, but that's my feeling on it. Thank you. Excuse me, since you have the podium, could you explain the need for the variance?
Which one?
You had a clarification regarding need for a variance for
Oh,
stacking.
okay, yep, I'll hit all the points then. I just thought we'd do it once.
That's okay.
Which will be now. Okay, I have a photograph in my phone. I'm just gonna walk around and show you guys.
Can, is there,
Is there anyone watching us at home?
yes, that's the problem, sorry. So they're watching and,
Right back up with my photo in a moment, but the information says, photograph, all right, Mr. Power.
Power.
6 foot is storage restriction, unless, the way it reads there, unless it's safely racked or whatever. So, yeah, if you can take those things and fancy wipes. And I want to show you, I know you're all familiar with this, so from just being adults and mobile and all those things. Oh, forgive me, it was an email, sorry. Okay. This is actually just a photograph from today at the Man's Lumber site. And this is 3, you know, Matt, you've seen them all in the truck. You've driven 275, I-75, or everywhere else you've gone to visit family. But anyway, 3 stacks of lumber, could be 2x4s, 2x6, whatever. It's lumber wrapped up. They bought it from whatever manufacturer. They're bringing it to their yard, and there's plenty of them. That's 3 stacks of lumber. Generically, that's 12 feet. That's never going to go in a rack. It's also never going to go anywhere. It's 4 foot by 4 foot by 4 foot. So this is what we want to do. If we don't need a variance, other than the word rack won't be used, this is what we want to do.
I would say that does not need a variance, as long as the materials are properly packed and do not exceed the maximum permitted height. I think the rack requirement, the terminology is used to prevent it from making a mess underneath it. At this time, it's going to be paved surface with wrapped products. As long as it maintains less than 14 feet, a variance is not required.
thank you, Ms. Krishnan.
Clear?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. We can hit the rest then.
I think of the list, we don't need to hear the full, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
No, that's okay. So were your other items regarding site plan, or was it directed?
They're on the same exact comments are on both. So fence, if you want to talk fence, I can talk fence.
You are, yep, perfect. Let's just run down the list and.
Fence would be good. For the purpose of the special use permit, the fence is on, as a condition in the letter, so it would be good to address that now.
We'll just go right down the list and then save you
Okay.
from coming back up again.
Yeah.
Just throw that one on there. That's good enough. Okay, so again, for the fence, most recently, through the site plan approval process and all of that in Canton, we re-solidified an arrangement that was first granted in 2004 when Mans built the Canton facility, that this decorative fence be on the east property line because of the use that is on the east side of that property. So we did in fact show the decorative on purpose, however goofy it may seem, and we're fine to change it, but it was just to continue what was exactly in Canton, so it looked good from everybody to the east. That's as simple as that is, and we don't care. So we could go to chain link, but to speak to the chain link, we also have chain link fence I am 6 foot, but I don't think I'm as tall as Mr. Camera there, so I'm gonna stretch with this pen. Right there. Right there, there's chain link fence running north and south in the Canton property. Standard galvanized chain link fence. That's the point that we'd actually be connecting to now for this property and going from there westerly until we intersect the yet to be correctly named drain. I'm going to call it Horner. Anyway, the Horner drain. It could be chain link fence. I guess we could, I saw a suggestion in there for plastic coated. We could possibly do that if required. And again, with this southerly lined one, it comes along and migrates through the site and terminates at the drain as well. We can work through all those points later. As for the part that's at the driveway, yeah, good idea. Let's make that nicer. Man's Lumber Site has a masonry piered, you know, and a sliding gate. And yeah, we'll do all that. We'll change that and correct that for this one here. The rest of it, if you're fine with chain link fence on the other 3 sides, we'd be happy to make that revision.
Actually, we are not.
Oh.
Yeah, the Canton Township required you to provide decorative fence along the east side of the property because it is visible from Michigan Avenue, and to screen the property to the east because you have stacks of materials.
Okay.
Van Buren Township has no problem if you want to put in decorative fence along the east property line too. The question here is the west property line that abuts Beck, where you have your 2 fences with the gates that would control entrance and exit. That needs to be decorative, and that's a requirement of the ordinance, not a
Yeah,
suggestion.
just committed to that just now. I'm totally fine with that.
I think I heard you say that if you want chain link fence all over, we will do it.
Oh, no,
If
no.
it can all be decorative, that would be great too.
North line, east and south. But yeah, we're going to beautify that.
Okay.
Yeah, no problem there. There was one other point, was there not? Let me just go to the summary.
I don't think there was for the special land use.
Fence defer for special land use. That concludes my commentary. Let me say one other thing. This is my second site plan approval meeting since post-COVID. So nice to see human beings, and so nice to see that you dressed, because I know that you people have been on calls like I was, where people had hair like this and wearing their jammies. Okay, thanks for being here.
Thank you for coming out. Do you have any other questions or comments from any of the commissioners?
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I agree with Commissioner Jar on the idea of the sidewalk. Somebody's got to start it. And we don't know when Beck Road is going to be developed, but obviously at some point in time, it's going to happen. And we do have to be prepared for that. And if it's, how do we know that Mans is still going to be the owner of the lumberyard 25 years from now? And what kind of fight are we going to have when that occurs? If it's in place now, any damage that's done to it through road construction, they're going to pay for any repairs that need to be done for things that are damaged during their process. So I agree with Commissioner Jar that it needs to be started somewhere. I understand it's an additional cost, and it's going to look kind of strange seeing 250 feet of white cement 10 feet from the road, but it's got to happen somewhere.
Thank you, Commissioner Cullen. Commissioner Atchison?
I have a question, a comment and a question for McKenna. Can you please tell me what you said that you learned in Planning School 101? You had made the comment. I didn't hear it completely.
Said that all sidewalks
All sidewalks
where
Go
until
nowhere.
someone connects to them.
until somebody connects to them. Okay. Then my other comment, another maybe comment question, is it possible to have the sidewalk put in after the other connections that the applicant referred to being done at a later date? So they would be, I don't know if a bond could be contained or captured, and the sidewalk would have to be put in. He had mentioned something in regards to some other, I think it was underground connections were being made.
The challenge over there, Commissioner Atchison, is we don't know what that time is going to be in the future. It might be so many years down the road, none of us might be here, administrator or the commissioners, at such time to try and claim a bond that was placed probably a decade or more ago. It's just a lot of legal work for the township. It just creates a lot of, we do have, I believe Director Power was also digging up on one of the old sites to find out if a sidewalk bond, and that was not even 10 years old. And it was a lot of work to try and dig up what was done, who did it, where was it saved. It's just a lot of hassle that is avoided by putting it in right now.
Okay. I understand, but that has led me now to another thought. What do we do in regards, because we've had to hold all the other applicants to putting in a sidewalk, because that's part of our ordinance. We can't possibly address that, correct? We would be showing this applicant favoritism if we not enforce the ordinance and require the sidewalk.
Van Buren Township has been very good about consistently applying the rules to all applicants. So.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Atchison. Any other comments or questions from any of the commissioners? All right. Do we have any comments, questions, or anything from anybody in the audience this evening?
I just want to clarify, the decorative fence, is it going all the way around now, or, you know? Kind of lost me. It sounds like it
That's
was.
why I asked for clarification. I got lost.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not exactly what I said then. It sounds like from the write-up, it's proposed that chain link fence could be used. So on the north, east, and south, we'll go ahead with the chain link, and we will beautify through probably some masonry piers and decorative fence the gate system across the roadway. That's the clarity.
And what was the comment about Canton, though, requiring?
Canton required along the east property line for the Mans lumber site immediately north, because they have outdoor storage stacked right along it, and they have another commercial/industrial zone immediately to the east. It's all visible from Michigan Avenue, so they wanted decorative fence there.
And as long as I came back up here, money wasn't the issue for the sidewalk. It's just boy, that seems silly. That's all. We'll go with your recommendation.
Thank you. Any other comments from the audience? Director Power, I think you just came back from there. So.
I didn't say anything then, and I'm likely not to say anything now.
All right, so no comments from Zoom. Are we ready to take action on this agenda item?
Mr. Chair, I move to recommend to the Township Board that they grant the applicant Rand Construction Engineering on behalf of the owner 5M Van Buren LLC the special land use approval to permit the construction of a roof and floor truss manufacturing facility, which includes a 68,228 square foot building and outdoor storage area for building equipment and supplies at the site located at 5925 Beck Road, parcel ID number 8301499000173. Based on the analysis and subject to the conditions detailed in letter of staff dated 7 December 2022, McKenna letter dated 17 November 2022, with the additional condition that the construction of the sidewalk is not deferred.
Commissioner Jar, do we have support for the motion?
Support.
Motion by Commissioner Jar, support by Commissioner Cullen. Do we have any comments or discussion regarding this motion? Seeing as none, have a roll call, please.
Bernie Grant.
Yes.
Sherry Budd. Medina Atchison.
Yes.
Brian Cullen.
Yes.
Jeff Jar.
Yes.
Brian Kelly.
Yes.
For recommendation to the Township Board. So we are now up to item number 3 on our new agenda items. But before starting item number 3, I just wanted to check in to make sure everyone's okay. If anybody wants to take a 5-minute stretch your leg break or anything like that, get hydrated, get some water, because I think we still have probably another hour to go easily. So if anybody
5-minute break.
5-minute break? All right, so do we need a motion to adjourn for 5 minutes, or are we good with,
Mr. Chair, I move that we adjourn for 5 minutes.
should I support? All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right.
Oh, careful. Oh, I'm sorry. That's all my garbage.
I know.
I looked down and realized we're
If it'd been me, I'd been on my face.
We have more than 2 hours, so we need to re-adjourn at 7:30.
Oh.
43. What's 5 minutes?
Oh, we have to come back.
Yeah, we have to come back. 5 minutes.
7:43?
Yes, 7:40.
Are we really, is it an adjournment or recess?
Recess. It's a recess. Technically a recess. Sorry, it's a recess. My bad.
Yeah, it's already almost 8.
Well, maybe. Being a damn near killed herself. And my plan, she's got her person there, personal going. Nice, sad white pine, but she wasn't expecting it.
But you don't own that land. Neither does the state. So things are gonna change. That's the way it is.
You know, I was looking at this layout, I was thinking we should change it around. I went onto the all the trucking's going north, and I was like, so we're gonna store material here, produce it here. That made a lot of sense when we were exiting there, but now we're like, so it's driving right through our storage and picking, but really there's, you know, so do you store here, load and produce this way? But then that kills some of the synergies with Canton and the loose material. You know what I mean? Because I could do that today. Like I could. That's probably more efficient for material flow, but not if Canton needs to access some of the funds too. That's what I was saying. I could. Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, instead of load here and produce that way, I could load here and produce this way. But finished good would stay here, but all my raw material. And if Canton needs to get it, then they got to drive through.
Looking at an email from our favorite buddy.
Yeah, saw it come through right before we left.
While we were driving.
I mean,
It's amazing what happens when somebody actually reviews plans. I love this. Unless this was had specific discussion with the property owner and made an exception, I'll talk with you.
Yeah, I don't know. Have to see it. That property owner must have had 2 driveways.
I guess, yeah.
Guess I would ask, or if they want us to do that, that's fine. Or if they want to take away that guy's driveway, that owner's driveway.
But I'm good. You're at Ferradinos?
They gave Ben all the good.
Did you guys know that? No, we
So,
don't.
where do I,
The
Dave
Dos
took
Pesos.
Matt Best.
Trying to kill me.
I've moved them. I'm so sorry.
I was gonna look at pushing it until after item 3, or after item 2, finish up, but I think, and we're already past 7:30, so we've been here over 2 hours. Yes, legit. And give us the next 2, and
He
then
wants to know if I
the other
want
ones are.
something from Los Amigos.
No. Go all night.
I've done that. Can do it. Not at this side of it, though.
Warm. You'll take the warm? Oh, thank you. Oh, you're the cold water now.
I'm always drinking water. Thank you, honey.
Yes.
Everyone else set? All right, we are officially back. So up to item number 3 on our agenda, 5M Van Buren LLC Integrity Component Design Preliminary Site Plan Review. Director Power?
I'll defer at this point my comments to staff. So we'll hear from our planning consultant, our township engineer, and I'll review I'll go over the fire marshal's comments. One item I would like to clarify, and I do apologize, there were some, with a packet this large, I wanted to make sure I just bundled some updates, if there were any updates. So there was an email yesterday with a revised version of the packet that did include the principal planner's update on the Brookwood report, but it also included a corrected swap out for the township engineer's report. So it is a little confusing. The engineer's report that you see in your packet tonight had comments from August. His report was actually dated November 17th, I believe, and had a recommendation for preliminary site plan or engineering feasibility approval, which you'll hear more about tonight. But I just wanted to clarify that his report is actually not the one that's printed here.
Power. Ms. Christian?
Yes. Thank you, Commissioner Kelly. As summarized previously, the proposal is to build a manufacturing and warehouse facility for a roof trussing company. The site is zoned M1, light industrial, and the outdoor storage of building and contracting supplies is a special land use in the district. The proposed building that is shown on the site meets all of the setback requirements for the district. Maximum permitted height and lot coverage is also within ordinance limits. With regard to access and circulation, the access is proposed off Beck Road, and if you see, the access drive is flared onto Beck Road, which shows a small deceleration and a small acceleration lane. Beck Road is under Wayne County jurisdiction and is subject to review and approval by Wayne County. The applicant did previously submit a traffic study. At that time, the traffic study anticipated truck traffic coming out of the site and using Beck Road. Since then, the applicant's revised plan now has all the traffic going through the Canton site. So we need an updated traffic study that actually shows us the truck trips will be leaving the site and heading towards Michigan Avenue. I do know they possibly did a traffic study for Canton Township. Maybe that could just be expanded to add the traffic volumes that this proposed facility will also generate. The properties to the north and south are currently occupied by residential, industrial, vacant, and natural preservation areas, but they're all zoned and master planned for industrial. And the township encourages cross-access between properties, and they are establishing cross-access at this time with the property to the north. We just went over the sidewalk requirement, and the Planning Commission has decided that the sidewalk will not be deferred and must be installed at this time. With regard to parking and loading, based upon the manufacturing and the warehouse and storage use of this site, total required parking is 101 spaces. A total of 102 spaces are being proposed. The layout of the spaces, as you see, does conform to the ordinance requirement of having no more than 20 parking spaces in a single uninterrupted row. They also provide the required handicap accessible spaces that are ADA compliant. As always, the landscaping requirement in our ordinance is very detailed, which requires landscaping adjacent to a right-of-way, which would be along the site's back road frontage. Landscaping within the parking or paved area, which is shown through landscape islands. The greenbelt landscaping, which is a 10-foot wide buffer with 1 tree per 30 lineal feet, is required along all lot lines and is shown over there. Although on the screen it looks really narrow, that actually does meet the minimum requirement. And the open space landscaping. Since this is an M1 district and it abuts other M1s, the landscaping requirements are not as extensive as they otherwise would be for a property that abuts another residentially zoned parcel. Stormwater detention basin is shown on the southwest corner of the site and on the northwest side, and any landscaping around the pond is subject to review and approval by Wayne County. A tree survey has been submitted. The applicant is proposing to remove a total of 81 trees, of which 41 are designated by our ordinance as removable trees, basically cottonwoods and trees that are considered as nuisance trees. So replacement is required for the remaining 40 trees that qualify. The applicant is proposing a 1:1 replacement, so 40 new trees will be installed along the property's perimeter. A lighting plan has been submitted, which includes a mix of light poles and wall-mounted fixtures. And the light is contained within the site, and there is minimum light trespass at any of the property lines, so the site is compliant. With regard to architecture and facades, we did have to discuss this multiple times. The initial building proposed was entirely constructed of standing seam metal. However, we wanted the site, since it has an office component also, to have a slightly more attractive look, even though it's located in an industrial area. The applicant's revised architecture at this time is in front of you. And the industrial portion is constructed of pre-finished metal siding with a metal roof and a narrow band of smooth-face concrete block at the foundation level. Now, the facade that is facing Beck Road that you see is the main office entrance is to be constructed of split-face block, hardy siding, trim, and provided with an asphalt shingle roof. We believe a mix of the two differentiation actually provides the facade with some amount of relief and doesn't just look like a stark warehouse building. The plan notes dumpsters with gates on the east side of the building, which is on the rear of the building, not visible from Beck Road at all. With regard to signs, a sign is proposed only as a wall sign. No ground or monument signs are proposed for this site. They will have wall signage on it, which I think is adequate to serve their needs. I don't believe it's the kind of site where people would just walk in and order a whole bunch of lumber or trusses. I think for any smaller product ordering, they go to the NA-Man's site on the north side of this property. We reviewed the requirement for fences extensively with special land use. It is decided by the applicant that there will be a decorative aluminum or wrought iron style fencing with gates, decorative gates along the Beck Road facade, and the remaining 3 side fences can be chain link. Our recommendation would be to have vinyl coated chain link because that is more durable and does not rust and will stay for a long time, appearing in good condition. The chain link fence that the applicant has proposed, however, has a spiked design. So I'd like the Planning Commission to go over it. If the intent is to provide a spiked top for safety reasons, maybe an alternate style can be proposed rather than, no, you are going to get rid of the spiked. Yes, we don't want anybody to impale themselves, so thank you for that. Based on our review of the proposal, at this time, it is our recommendation that the Planning Commission grant preliminary site plan approval for the project, Integrity Systems, Integrity Component and Design. Preliminary site plan approval subject to the following conditions: installation of sidewalk along Beck Road, Wayne County approval of the roadway improvements to Beck Road along the site's frontage, just updating the traffic study to show that all their truck traffic will be funneling out through the Canton site, stormwater detention system approval by Township Engineer Wayne County, Planning Commission approval of building materials and colors, which you're reviewing at this time, installation of decorative fence along the site's Beck Road frontage, installation of chain link along the other 3 sides, which will be vinyl coated with a flat top without spiked endings, and approval of special land use by the Board of Trustees. I would be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Commissioner Kelly. As mentioned before, in these preliminary site plan reviews, at this time, we examine and review the feasibility of the engineering aspects of site design, but will not conduct a full engineering review until engineering submittal. To go along with the items that Ms. Krishnan mentioned, the project entails the construction of a full underground storm sewer pipe system and the addition of it's two now, it was three, two separate detention ponds, construction of new public water main, including 6 hydrants, a fire suppression line, and a standard service line, and the relocation of the public sanitary sewer main and connection to a sanitary sewer lead. With this, we've had, since the original design, have had a lot of conversations with the applicant about the water main and the components on site. Now with the new site, some of those items remain, some of them have been addressed, and I will comment on those now. I did have in our general comments that plans currently indicate a future sidewalk near Beck Road and talk about township ordinance, and obviously we've discussed that, and we'll base our recommendation on the planner's recommendation. For water main service, currently there is a 12-inch asbestos cement water main running north and south along the west side of Beck Road. There's no other water main located within the vicinity of the project site. The applicant's proposed plan indicates a new 12-inch water main connection to the existing water main on Beck Road. The 12-inch main extends along the property driveway to a 12 by 12 T with an 8-inch water main going to the south and a 12-inch water main going to the north side of the building. The southern 8-inch water main extends easterly and terminates at a hydrant in the curb island, while the northern 12-inch water main extends further and supplies the water service and fire suppression lead to the building before wrapping around and heading east to the far east side of the site. The proposed design includes 6 hydrants total on site and 5 isolation valves. As mentioned with the previous review, the fire hydrant location and valve locations will be further reviewed with the water and sewer director and the fire marshal when we get into the detailed design of the water main. The first comment, and is pretty standard for engineering, is that the applicant, when they get into engineering, must discuss and indicate the proposed installation method of the water main because we are crossing Beck Road. Wayne County will make them, follow their standards, but that must also be included in the engineering submittal when it comes through. The second comment, and this has been, I think, a comment since the initial design, pertains to the maximum allowable length of water main off of a single service or a single tap. So I'm just going to read this verbatim and it'll kind of clear itself up. Per the township engineering standards, the maximum allowable length for a dead-end 12-inch water main is 1,000 feet. The minimum water pressure at the dead end must be 20 psi residual with a minimum flow of 1,500 gallons per minute. During preliminary staff review, the applicant was informed that a water main loop would be required due to the distance of the roadway connection. Fishbeck has reviewed the township model for the water and has determined that the water main located on the Costco property is actually in a different pressure district and at this time, we're not recommending the applicant connect to the Costco system. So for anybody who wasn't here when we originally went over this, to the east, the property to the east of this site is actually owned by Costco. It's a dormant site or a non-developed site, but just to east of that site is the Costco distribution warehouse. In initial talks with the applicant, we had considered, in order to connect and give some redundancy to the township system, ask the applicant to look into connecting their water main that comes from Beck Road to the water main that is at Costco, which is along Belleville Road. After looking further into this, and after the applicant having discussions with Costco, and Costco has no desire to build water main for no apparent reason to help Mans out, we went a little bit deeper into the system, looked at what is actually needed, what would help, and then looked at the model for the dead end, or the dead end that's going on the Mans lumber. And because the Costco main along Belleville is at a different pressure district than the main that's on Beck, it would take a little bit more design and a pressure reducing valve and a few things like that that is not feasible for the applicant to deal with. So we looked further into the model to see if they could get the pressures that are needed, and they can. So based off of Beck Road to the backside of their site, they do have the fire pressures that we would look for at the hydrants so that their building doesn't burn down. We will work with the applicant. There may be some additional extensions that we may ask for future expansion, so that if the area to the south is developed per se, we don't have to tear up their parking lot to tap into a looped system to the south. So all in all, there's no issue with the current layout and design of a single tap for the water main. As far as the sanitary system goes, there is an existing 21-inch public reinforced concrete pipe sanitary sewer that runs along the property of the applicant. It runs from Beck Road and then ends up going easterly to the Costco site. It's a rather large and important transmission main for a lot of township services to the west. The applicant's plan right now, because of where the sewer runs, which is currently right under their proposed building, the applicant will rework and reroute the sanitary sewer up and around to the north side of their site. We don't see an issue with what they're proposing. The grades should work. We will work with the applicant to make sure that the phasing of it, because it is an active sewer, they will have to remain active throughout their reconstruction, that bypass pumping and all of that, and the proper emergency and alarm systems and all of that gets integrated into their plans, so that when they're building and flipping over the service from the old sewer to the new sewer is properly done, so that it doesn't impact anybody upstream or the services upstream. Again, no major issues with the alignment or design of it, just details that need to be worked out. One thing I didn't mention for the water main, which will also pertain to the sanitary sewer, is that the applicant will be required to submit to Eagle for both of these public service changes to the sanitary and the new water main, because they are public entities. The stormwater management system, as was discussed in Ms. Christian's letter, there's currently no stormwater management on the site, but due to the amount of pavement that is getting installed, there will be a stormwater management system in place that is 2 detention ponds, one on the north side of the driveway, one on the south side of the driveway. The 2 detention ponds work independently of each other and both discharge into the Apple Run / Horner drain, whatever we're calling it at this point. There is also the need for, because of the driveway, the applicant to build or rebuild the culverts for the driveway of the for the drain. This process needs to go through Wayne County, and I don't know how much conversation the applicant has had with Wayne County at this point, but our recommendation is always the sooner the better. So the only other comment that we have is when looking at the stormwater management and the detention ponds, the maximum allowable discharge for the township for detention basins is 0.1 cubic feet per second per acre. The new Wayne County standards shall be compared to the township standards, and the most stringent requirement shall govern. Whether it is the county or the township volume calcs that are most stringent At no time may the maximum allowable discharge of the detention basins exceed the township standard of 0.1 CFS per acre, or CFS per acre. It is a engineering standard that we cannot change at this point, and with any engineering standard, it would have to go before the board for any type of variance or change. Other than that, we don't offer any other comments, but to say that we recommend the Planning Commission grant integrity component and design preliminary site plan approval for engineering feasibility, subject to the comments listed in our letter dated November 17th, 2022. I'm happy to answer any questions that anybody may have.
Thank you, Mr. Kamer. We have a letter from Van Buren Fire Department.
Yes. There are some comments provided by the fire marshal dated November 3rd, 2022 that have been provided in your packet. With respect to the water supply, all water supply concerns have been addressed in subsequent reviews following the planning staff review. There has been compliance with issues regarding access through the gate and the Knox box access. The fire truck maneuvering plan on sheet C 8.0 that was provided is adequate. And then there's some standard comments regarding what needs to be submitted prior to the final certificate of occupancy inspection. So there's a recommendation to proceed at this point from the fire marshal.
Back to you, the applicant again. Do you have any questions, comments? I know we went over a bunch on item number 2, but if you have anything further you'd like to add, I think I saw you brought some material out as well. So.
Thanks again. You said arrows here.
If you toggle over to the PowerPoint, you could see the slides we have up. Yeah, bottom right, the PowerPoint slides are previously.
Oh,
Site plan or?
Yeah, just this. Rendering. Okay, so the rendering was already up, and I didn't see anybody's face go sour when it was up, so I don't know if we have to do much, but I did bring a block. I mean, it is what it is. If you folks, I also built in this community, Miser USA, look and use the same exact colors on this as we used on Miser. It's the dark, 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 not black, block and white siding, and then you see this is standing seam roof, by the way, on the office, you know, nice residentially oriented standing seam roof, hardy siding. It's just going to be gorgeous technically. And then bounce back out of the stands there.
The map again, just the.
Actually, I want to go to here, a tab. Can you pull up Google here real quick? This is here, just Google Maps.
Could you explain which materials these are for us real quick?
The insulated metal panel piece is the main. We don't really call it metal siding anymore. If we're doing metal siding, that's got like loose insulation behind it. This is an architectural panel. It's insulated metal panel. So I like to upgrade the language in every community that I encounter. But anyway, that's the wall up high. And then, of course, the block is, you know, split face block to the ground for the whole shop.
Answer my question because there's parking.
Does that face, which side does that face? Does that face Beck Road or is that the whole building?
That faces Beck Road.
But I didn't think there was going to be parking there. So is this an office that's going to be there off of Beck Road then? Is that what you're telling me? Because
that portion with the nice black roof is the office piece, and it's connected physically to the warehouse piece. So they both front Beck. They're back quite a ways, but they front Beck.
Oh, okay. I guess I missed that there was going to be a parking lot that size, so there will probably be more cars there that will be parking because they're working there rather than them going up to the building that's off of Michigan Avenue.
That's right. Yeah. In addition to the folks that work there, please understand UPS, FedEx, and the
Right.
trash guy are all gonna go through Beck Road. But
Right.
all the trucks that, move materials in and out.
Coming off of Michigan Avenue, okay.
Commissioner Cullen, are you,
I was gonna take it back. I was waiting for discussion.
It's the same type of truck that serves the residents.
The parking lot did look really big compared to what they're doing.
Here, just a quick clarification. If you look at this image, I think what you're seeing in that other rendering.
having trouble hearing you over the furnace again?
Okay, so commissioners, just a point of clarification. If you look at can you see where my arrow is kind of moving around the screen there? So that would be what you're looking at you're looking east in this image toward that section of the site. So that's that parking lot in front of the building from Beck Road.
The question for the applicant, the split face block on that color rendering, I
Mhm.
see that there's the white engineered insulated metal panel. Did I say it right?
Up high, yeah.
Up high. And then I see there are two different colors of gray on that rendering, almost a black or dark gray. There's the light gray by those three trees, and then there is the dark color underneath the roof truss looking thing. Which is the split face block? I can't see you because of the angle.
Front of the elevation.
The entire building's gonna be one color, that color right there. The office is just completely different. It's more residential in nature, and we'll have, James Hardy siding like a few of us have on our houses, me now included, on the office.
Does that answer the question?
Do you have elevations?
Are they in there, Dan?
I believe there were elevations in the plan set, yep.
If you have elevations, that'll clear it up.
The assistance of the director to pull that up? Well, maybe.
I don't think I have the full plan set on here. This
no,
is
you
just an abridged version, but they are in the
Okay.
plans.
If you're looking at that image, the vertical light elements in the elevation of the office, what is that material? That's the
No,
siding.
you said vertical. Vertical,
Just in the office elevation.
I think that's hardy siding.
Is that the hardy siding?
yeah, that's
In between the hardy siding, what's the dark color?
Windows, I think.
windows.
Okay, so where's the block? Is it below the hardy siding?
There's no block on the office. It's just on the warehouse.
Okay.
It's the gray area to the far right of the rendering beneath the white metal paneling.
And all around the rest of the building, but yes.
Darker.
Sorry?
Darker.
It's a little darker than that. Depends what screen and what printer you use, when you
So the hardy siding on the office goes all the way down to the grade.
think so. I guess we're not 100% rock solid on that. But if it doesn't, there'll be a little bit block.
I thought there was some block at the bottom. This is.
That's what I thought. But
There was some block at the bottom. Oh, there we go. Yeah, the hardy siding goes to the bottom.
They're like looking to the copy that he had drawn up to the belt line.
yeah, the siding goes to the bottom, goes to grade for the office.
The siding goes to the grade on the office portion, but each one of the support pillars in front of the office portion have cultured stone piers. So the cultured stone piers with pillars holding up the roof, and the rest of it is all hardy siding, whereas the main building is the metal panel insulation system and the block.
Perfect. Thank you. That's it.
Just one more, I know people want to get home and everything else probably too, and they're like, will you please quit talking, dude? I get that. And we'll handle this elsewhere, but I just want to show you something I just recently went through with the Canton project. So, I don't know how that, I'm good right there. Oh,
I think I have to escape
oh,
the,
I see. Okay. I will not labor this because that's, again, not the job for this group. Perhaps with McKenna and Fishback, you'll look into this further as the days go by. So this piece of drain here, I'm just going to point up to the Michigan Avenue. This is according to Google, by the way. It's not gospel. It's just a road map. All right. The sign's drain. The name's up there. Okay, fine. Then this piece says Apple Run. And through the whole Canton project, we bounced back and forth between whether it was called Apple Run or Horner Drain. And so now that I've panned in so tight, it went away. But I'm going to pull it right back up. Okay, so Horner Drain seems to start at this split here. Okay, still confusing. However, we're fully approved and fully under construction in Canton, and as part of doing that, even though these folks in 2004 assigned an easement for the Apple Run for the little squiggly piece that's actually on their property, very short, little nothing. In 2022, Wade, Trim, and Spicer worked together on Wayne County's behalf to have us record a new easement, so that little nothing piece is now Horner Drain. So if that's Horner Drain, and that's Horner Drain, did Apple Drain go away? Because in Vidya's report, you may have read, if you read every word, she's saying, hey, please change your drawing to say Apple Run, because we put Horner on there for the learning experience. So once somebody, Wayne County or the state of Michigan, figures it out, if they could tell us, we'll just do the right thing from there. Okay, that's the end of my spiel. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, do we have any questions from any of the commissioners?
I have a couple.
Yes. Commissioner Garrett.
I suppose the first one is a question I'm not sure who can answer. Maybe Senior Principal Planner Vidya could, but I noticed on the plan, you know, in Van Buren Township, people really like to protect the wildlife in the area, and to that end, what supports it, the wetlands. And I know that on the drawings, there are some delineations of some wetlands, so I thought maybe you could speak to that, because I don't know if it was directly addressed, but maybe you could just.
I think the applicant can answer that, at least from what I saw. Paul, correct me if I'm wrong. They're not regulated wetlands, are they? They weren't significant wetlands or hydric soils on this site when compared to the others.
I mean, there is, their own Alta survey, I think, does show them as wetlands. The applicant has gone through any process with the county or with the state as far as what the wetlands are and if they can be.
The only portion that would probably be is along the drain, right? The vegetation along the drain. The rest of it looks like agricultural farmed land. So if at all it's around the drain, that would probably be the county or Eagle having a say on it.
We are already in discussions with Eagle for the wetland delineation and preservation. And to that point, something, Paul, that you did say about later we'll work together and work on water mains and stubs and whatever. This entire band is wetland today. So when we came in 2020, our property development wasn't as large. But after that, we're like, let's just go for it. So we filled the property. We never intend to, this is wetland anyway. We don't intend to expand this property at all. We really can't. With the exception of a potential, once in a while this thing works, office building here, which probably won't happen technically either. So there's plenty of wetland on the property, all to be, we're not touching it, is the answer to whomever, yes, sir.
Well, I did notice that it's not just on the perimeter or along the drain, though there is some in the interior. I'm just wondering if there's some kind of documentation that says that it's not required to be handled in any specific way.
Oh,
if it's not regulated, it doesn't need to be addressed.
There'll be some mitigation. There was on Canton as well. So
do we have anything that records that there's mitigation at this point?
Well, the applicant's dealing with Eagle at this time. They are the regulatory body. So we will, and I think in our letter, and I didn't say, but under general notes, number 7, it says applicant has stated that Eagle permitting process has begun. So we don't, at this point, if we do get through preliminary here, that's when a lot of this will get kind of worked out, and you don't want to put the cart before the horse too much because it is a timely and cost prohibited endeavor if they go too far too fast before getting preliminary site plan approval. But it is something that is part of our process to make sure that all of their permits are completed and approved and, obtained by the time everything gets approved or through construction.
Okay, thank you. So I do have one last question, and it has to deal with the trucks. And there's mention that the trucks are not going to be using Beck Road. Is there any kind of documentation? Is there anything that we need to enter into with the user that basically precludes them from actually going out onto that road? Is there any type of agreement that we need to make sure that that happens that way?
This is a site plan and a special land use approval. So
Okay.
as such, what they propose on the site plan goes along with the special land use approval, and it is considered as sealed with the project. A violation of it will be a violation of their special land use approval.
Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner Jar.
Question and then a comment. I think you said it, but there's no retail component in this building, right?
Correct, yeah, retail is at the Man's Lumber facility.
Comment. Thank you for bringing the materials sample. I really like seeing them because just like you said, the monitors don't always have the right gamma correction. We can't always tell. And contrary to having a sour face, when I saw the rendering, that is a very attractive building. I really like it. It looks good. I think it's going
Thank
to look nice in those colors. Good job.
Thank you.
Any other comments from any commissioners? Okay. Anybody in the audience that wants to speak to this agenda item? Director Power. Thank you, Director Power. Are we ready to take action on this agenda item?
Absolutely, Mr. Chair. At this time, I would move to grant the applicant, Rand Construction Engineering Incorporated, on behalf of 5M Van Buren LLC, the preliminary site plan approval to construct a roof and floor truss manufacturing facility, which includes a 68,228 square foot building, an outdoor storage area for building equipment and supplies at the site located at 5925 Beck Road. Parcel ID number 830149900010703. Based on the analysis and subject to the conditions detailed in the McKenna letter dated 17 November, Fishbeck letter dated 17 November, Van Buren Fire Report dated 3 November, letter from staff dated 7 December, all of 2022, with the additional previously stated condition that the sidewalk is not deferred.
Support. And a motion by Commissioner Jar, support by Commissioner Budd. Do you have any comments or discussion regarding the motion? Seeing as none, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Atchison? Yes. Barry Grant? Yes. Sherry Budd? Yes. Brian Cullen?
Yes.
Jeff Jar?
Yes.
Brian Kelly?
Yes. All right, and your preliminary site plan has been approved. So thank you so much for coming out tonight. Thank you for working with us on our timing and answering all of our questions.
Don't forget your materials.
Yes, yeah.
This may be a bit too much, but I like to compliment Mr. Cameron's best.
We also have pickup before you.
Yeah, you want your rock.
Thank you. Have a great night. We are on to item number 4 under new business, Nighthawk Properties, Zippy Auto Wash, Special Land Use Review. Director Power?
Mr. Chair. Just for the Planning Commission's knowledge, this request before you is for a 4,900 square foot automatic car wash and affiliated site improvements at a proposed remainder split property on the front end of the parcel located at 11650 Belleville Road. This is the site of the Meridian Plaza medical use. There's actually were originally development sites on this parcel that were proposed when it was originally conceived of. From looking at old staff reports, there was actually a plan for a remainder parcel development at this location for retail or restaurant use. And moving forward to today, the site is available for development. And what you see here is a proposed development for an automatic car wash, which is a special land use in the C2 Extensive Highway Business Zoning District, which is the zoning for this site. I don't have any additional comments beyond those that will be provided by our planning consultant, township engineer, and fire marshal. Procedurally, this will work the same way as the last 2 development plans you've reviewed tonight in terms of there being a special land use component and a preliminary site plan component. If you decide to move forward with a recommendation on the special land use, the Board of Trustees will also review that at a later date and consider approving the special land use. And synchronizing with that, you will have a preliminary site plan that will move through the engineering process if that special land use approval is granted. So here's a little bit of orientation to the site on the screen. The site is located across from Venetian Avenue. There's a shared access drive that has a easement that was built into the original design plans for this overall project. And you'll hear more from the applicant after you hear from our staff. And there will be, again, two parts, a special land use and a preliminary site plan. So the applicant, I know, has a presentation, a brief presentation they're going to share. They can do that either during the special land use presentation or the site plan presentation. But as far as special land use, I'll turn this time over to Ms. Krishnan, who will provide the planning comments as the senior principal planner for the township.
Thank you, Director Power. Ms. Krishnan.
Thank you, Commissioner Kelly, Director Power. As was summarized, the request is for special land use for an automated car wash, which is Zippy Auto, to be located at the site on the west side of Belleville Road, south of I-94 South Service Drive. The site is zoned C2, which is Extensive Highway Business District. Now, there are general standards in the zoning ordinance for consideration of any special land use. I'll summarize those in brief. The first is, will it promote the use of land in a socially and economically desirable manner? As Director Power mentioned, when the site was originally designed with the Meridian Plaza Medical Center in the back, the access drive was designed as providing a future easement to connect to that plaza and provide access, and the front was designed as an outlot to be occupied by either a retail, restaurant, or any other use. Now, the site does abut a fast food restaurant to the north and also abuts a retail plaza to the south. No such modern car wash facility is located south of I-94, and the intent of the site is to serve the residents and the customers on the southern portion of the township. Is it necessary for public location convenience at that location? As I just mentioned, this is the one modern car wash that is located on the south side of the service drive. We do have other car wash facilities on the north side of I-94. The applicant, when they applied, aimed to provide this service for this portion of the township also. It's also to be noted that the site is located within the Belleville Road Overlay District, or what we call the BROD. Is it compatible with the adjacent uses of land? Now, there are multiple of service-oriented businesses that are located on Belleville Road all the way to the BROD, in the BROD. This site is located pretty much to the southern end of the Belleville Road Overlay District. It is surrounded by other non-residential uses. A comment was made at the public hearing that the proposed use would impact access to the urgent care or the medical facility that is located to the west of the site. At the time the original medical plaza was designed, the intent was to provide a cross-access connection on the north side of the site going all the way to I-94 Service Drive. If you look at it, you can see a little curb stub going to the north property line. The intent was to provide a secondary means of access to I-94 South Service Drive. However, at the time the stub was provided, I don't think consideration was given to the fact that the parcel to the north is actually a fast food restaurant, and it accommodates the true drive-through lanes for the fast food restaurant. Providing cross-access from this property heading north would go head-on to the traffic that is in the drive-through lane for Burger King. As such, Burger King refused to establish the cross-access because their sites will cease to function if the cross-access is established. So the way the site is designed, the access to the Meridian Plaza facility will be provided through an access easement on which the existing access drive is located. Will it be designed and located to protect public health, safety, and welfare? Now, the applicant is proposing significant landscaping, screening, sidewalk connections, and other features which are required as part of the Belleville Road Overlay District to provide connectivity to the entire district, extending on the north and south sides of the service drive. With regard to the stacking component of the facility, the zoning ordinance has got specific stacking requirements for automated car washes. What we can require on the site plan has to be in conformance with what the ordinance requires. We cannot require an arbitrary number of stacking spaces because a facility can be successful or may not be successful. The standards in the ordinance are established based on ITE standards, which is the Institute of Traffic Engineers. That's where our standards come from. And the stacking spaces that the applicant has provided on the site are compliant with what is required by the zoning ordinance. Will it cause injury to other property in the neighborhood? We do not believe this proposed use will cause injury to any other property in the neighborhood. It is also a service-based use. There are other similar service-based uses in the Belleville Road Overlay District. Having a similar service use does not preclude the applicant from developing this site for a similar special land use. Will it consider the natural environment? There are some regulated trees that are going to be removed on the site to accommodate just the footprint of the building, and the applicant is providing replacement landscaping for the few trees that they are removing and also providing significant landscaping along their green belts. The review of this proposal is within the valid exercise of the township's police powers. And is it within the provisions requiring special land use in harmony with the purpose of the zoning district? Now, the site is designated as C2, Highway Business District. As such, the intent is for the site to be able to accommodate the most intensive of commercial land uses for this district. There are no specific standards for auto wash establishments in our zoning ordinance. There are just extensive site plan review requirements, which I will review in my letter at a later period of time. Based upon our review of the proposal, the Planning Commission has heard this project before. The applicant previously appeared before you to get feedback on seeking a possible variance for the amount of brick or glazing to be provided on the facade that faces Belleville Road. Subsequent to the Planning Commission's feedback, the applicant decided that they would not go ahead to seek the variance. Instead, they revised the orientation of the building in such a manner that they are compliant with the letter of the ordinance at this time. So a variance is not needed for this site. So the applicant had made this presentation to you before, so if it sounds familiar, it's because they came before you as an information-only presentation before this. At this time, based upon our review, we recommend that the Planning Commission recommend approval of the special land use to the Township Board of Trustees. I would be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Comments from any of the commissioners regarding this item? Commissioner Jar?
Was there a traffic study performed for impacted Belleville Road?
The applicant, I think, could speak to whatever comparison data they have for nearby car washes, but there was not a formal traffic study for this site.
And I think if I may, I skipped ahead a little bit because I was going to have the applicant speak first so we could address some of the questions that were brought up. So if you'd like to come up to the podium, please. Kind of skipped forward to questions on you instead of allowing you a chance to go through some of the questions that have already been raised this evening.
Hi, good evening. I'm Corey Weaver. My wife and I are the owners of Zippy Auto Wash, joined by Dave Brewer from Vanston O'Brien, our design build firm. Pleased to return to the commission today. Dan, do we have the presentation here? That would be great. I'd like to thank Dan and the entire planning staff for their summaries this evening, as well as all of their prior input on this project. It's been extremely helpful in helping us craft an appropriate site plan.
Thanks.
Perfect.
And Mr. Weaver, just to warn you, the mic has been really touchy in the front.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, perfect. Good, so I have a brief presentation here. I'll spin through it quickly in the interest of time. It essentially covers both special land use and preliminary site plan, so probably makes sense just to go through the whole thing quickly. Okay, and should be able to.
You could just use the arrow.
Here it is, perfect, yep. Okay, good, so just a quick overview on our priorities. We'll spin through these fairly quickly and then get to the site plan. So my wife and I are Saline residents. We frequent local businesses. We've lived in the area for approximately 30 years, support local government, and donate extensively to charitable organizations. We enjoy living in the area. We enjoy serving essentially our neighbors with modern, community-friendly sites. We're looking forward to serving Van Buren Township with high-quality auto wash services and think that this site, 11650, is an ideal site for us to provide these services. Yeah, so we've been in business for over a decade. We own and operate 4 entirely new sites in the Ann Arbor, Ypsi, Saline area, and we have 4 new sites in development, Canton, Belleville, Milan, and West Ann Arbor. In Canton, we're the proud sponsor of 1,200 linear feet of bright new sidewalk on the corner of Beck and Michigan Avenue, so look for that sometime in the near future. So, in any case, we've earned a reputation as one of the area's highest quality auto washes and provide outstanding customer service through our professional staff and facilities. We're also proud to be one of the area's most environmentally responsible and philanthropic small businesses, and I'll talk a little bit more about that also. So the 4 sites that we currently operate, our newest on Carpenter Road in Pittsfield Township. This is right next to Sam's Club. Opened in 2021. Just prior to that, we opened a facility in the city of Saline on Michigan Avenue, directly across from Imagine Theater. This opened in 2018. Zeeb Road opened in Scioto Township in 2012. And then our original facility on Ellsworth Road in Pittsfield Township, which opened in 2007. So we've been in business for 15 years in total, owning and operating these sites, and are looking forward to expanding into the greater Ann Arbor and Canton, Belleville, Milan, West Ann Arbor area. So as I mentioned, highest quality. So we feature the industry's most advanced cleaning equipment and solutions. Proud to be the area's most popular auto wash with retail and commercial customers, and we have thousands of loyal customers, fortunately, who regularly wash their vehicles with us, some traveling from as far away as Brighton, Canton, Adrian, and Chelsea. So all of our staff are smartly uniformed and professionally trained. All the buildings and landscaping are meticulously maintained, as you saw in those previous photographs. We have exclusive express pay terminals and offer a number of membership options, as well as gift and prepaid card services for customers. Resource efficiency is a critical aspect of our business. It's something that comes up at every planning commission meeting now. So maximum resource efficiency is important to the business, it's important to our customers, it's important to the communities in which we operate. And being sustainable in that regard is critically important to us also. Efficiency ends up being a win-win for everyone. Customers win with the highest quality wash at the lowest possible price. Our community wins with the lowest possible resource footprint. And we win with a sustainable business model that enables our customers to be, as we say, clean and green. So how do we do that? First up, maximum electrical efficiency. All of the facilities are all electric, so no hydraulic drives. Everything is either controlled with variable frequency drives or soft starts to minimize startup loads and operating efficiency. We use high efficiency LED lighting at all of our facilities. We also maximize our gas efficiency. We have high efficiency. These are called condensing process hot water heaters, which give us 99.8% gas efficiency, much, much higher than a typical hot water heater in a home. Water efficiency is, of course, critically important to the business. We use a state-of-the-art process water recycling system at our facilities, uses cyclonic separation and oxygenation to provide very high-quality water back into the wash process that we can use for less critical wash functions like underbody wash or wheel blasters, for example. We use high-pressure pumping stations and low-pressure rinsing stations, all with minimum nozzle sizes to reduce consumption. And we recycle our reverse osmosis spot-free rinse water through a recycling system also. So in the end, we use what's called a state-of-the-art programmable logic system, which allows us to essentially program the services for every single vehicle by the inch so that we're never wasting soap or water on anything other than washing vehicles. Lastly, our goal is to have a minimum sewer impact, minimum solids impact. So we have a high-efficiency wastewater separation system. This separates out sand, sediment, as well as oil or any other floating debris. And that's integrated into that process water recycling system. We've been a long-standing compliant participant with the Washtenaw County Health Department, and we use an MDEQ licensed solids removal service at all of our sites. As I mentioned earlier, we're proud to be one of the area's most philanthropic small businesses. To date, we've donated over $250,000 in services since opening to 100+ local charitable organizations and nonprofits. This is actually a lot of fun. We get a lot of requests. This is my wife's primary activity in the business, and each year we typically see 50 to 100 repeat requests from schools, churches, other local organizations that are looking for a donation for a fundraiser. It might be a silent auction or a live auction. We typically donate an annual membership, which is worth about $400 to these organizations. They auction them off, silent or live, and often net more than $400. So it's a big fundraiser for local organizations. And it's a great way for us to build goodwill as well as awareness in the community. This is a list, actually the next 3 pages are a list of all the charitable and nonprofits that we donate to on a regular basis. The list is longer than what we're showing here, but these are all receiving regular donations. And as I noted at the end, we're continuously adding to the list and happy to work with anyone's favorite organization locally. Last year, we received the Best of Ann Arbor Award 2021. These are local companies that enhance the positive image of small business through their service to their customers or community. And we're looking forward to hopefully receiving that again in 2022. We believe Van Buren residents would benefit from having a modern, community-friendly express auto wash. Currently, they're an expansive choice of many dozens of drive-through banks, coffee shops, pharmacies, restaurants, while only a limited choice of express exterior auto washes. It would bring with it quality employment opportunities, 6 to 10 full-time positions plus part-time. We've paid over $6 million in payroll to our local municipalities, over $3 million in property tax and utility service revenues to those same municipalities. Most of our employees live locally, which is great. And I should point out, all of our full-time employees in 2022 will earn above the median wage nationally. So these are good-paying, full-time positions. Most of our staff are long-term employees. Okay, on to the site plan. So just kind of a bird's eye view of the site plan. You've seen this previously, but it features what we call a customer-friendly building orientation and site circulation pattern. Very similar to McDonald's, we want easy access, easy entry, and easy exit. So we have here easy entry off of Belleville Road, a large stacking area, basically circulating counterclockwise around the building, the same way that McDonald's would design a site with left-hand turns and excellent circulations. That's how we design our sites. So this site is substantially similar to all of our existing sites and presents not only an appealing street side perspective, but also plentiful stacking, easy site circulation, easy maneuverability for customers, both as they enter and exit the wash, as well as when they want to use a vacuum, for example. Some perspective views. So this is a perspective from the southeast, basically from Belleville Road with the full three-dimensional rendering. Again, you can see the entry off of Belleville Road, the stacking space behind the building. That's, again, what we call customer-friendly. customers move smoothly through this type of traffic pattern without crisscrossing traffic conflicts or any other type of delays. As you're seeing here, we've included extensive landscaping basically to meet the BROD requirements. We have extensive landscaping at all of our sites. It increases street side appeal, which is very important to customers. Customers feel good about getting their car washed at a facility that's clean and well-maintained and nicely landscaped. Perspective from the northeast, again, you can see the existing access drive, the entrance to the facility, which sweeps around the back. The oriented or pivoted building orientation here is something that planning had suggested, and initially we were considering different ways to orient the building. This turned out really to be the best orientation. It optimizes the views both from the north and the south as customers approach the building, as well as increases the stacking space essentially to the maximum possible. So it really is a nice kind of compromise between what we normally have parallel to the street versus what most car washes have, which is perpendicular to the street. One more view from street side. We've included a number of architectural design concept and building materials upgrades, the metal roof, dormers, tricolor structural brick, and metal awnings, all designed to enhance the appeal and meet the BRD requirements. We include architectural aluminum doors and windows with what we call true divided light mullions. They're abundantly applied across the front of the building and evenly spaced. We've enlarged the window size based on the prior discussions here several months ago to also make the building more appealing. The block that's shown is a half-height masonry product with 3 different colors: light gray, a white accent band, and then dark gray with white accents on the windows and doors. So I think I've covered all those already. We recognize Belleville Road as a community gateway, and we wish to integrate with the BROD specifically and complement existing businesses. So the layout is very similar to our existing sites: customer-friendly building orientation and traffic flow, plentiful stacking, automated pay terminals. Will feature unlimited plans, free vacuums, free floor mat wash and dry stations, and free microfiber towel detailing stations. All positives from a customer experience standpoint. We have a long-standing positive relationship with Vanston O'Brien in terms of construction and with Bank of Ann Arbor in terms of financing and being able to finance and build projects quickly. And we're looking forward to serving Van Buren with high-quality auto wash services and think that 11650 is a great site for that. So with that, happy to answer any questions. I'll go back to...
Thank you very much. Real brief, I think there were we kind of started discussions already, but we had some comments earlier. Would you like to take an opportunity to address some of the comments that were made from the audience at the beginning of the evening regarding questions about stacking as well as safety issues on Belleville Road?
Sure, yeah, thanks for the reminder. Yeah, so as I mentioned, stacking is important to the business. This particular site will stack about 25 cars on site, which is comparable to our existing sites. That has proved to be more than sufficient to avoid any type of spillover or traffic conflicts off-site. The seller of the property is Nighthawk Properties, so you see their name in the agenda item. Zippy is the buyer. They are also the owner of the Urgent Care Center, owner and operator of the Urgent Care Center. So they are fully supportive of the Zippy use. They are completely familiar with Zippy business operations and traffic flow, and are fully supportive of the lot split and the proposed access easement as shown here. So again, we only select sites with excellent access. Again, just like McDonald's or any other fast food restaurant, it's critically important that customers be able to enter and exit easily. All of our sites to date, as well as all of those that are planned, are either on a street with a dedicated center turn lane, which Belleville Road has, or with a center boulevard like Michigan Avenue, for example, in Canton. So this particular site, we believe, has excellent access. There are other, similar businesses on the corridor, Burger King next door, as well as many other fast food and auto-intensive uses on the corridor with no apparent issue. So,
All right, thank you so much. Thank you for coming out this evening.
Sure, thanks.
All right, questions from anybody on the commission?
Was there a traffic study performed and was it required?
Thank you, Commissioner Jar.
Sorry about that.
The Planning Commission always has the ability to require a traffic study. for an individual specific site with single use, it kind of depends on the intensity of the use as to whether staff recommends a traffic study. We did not get a formal traffic study for this use.
The ordinance does not mandate a traffic study. However, in initial discussions with the applicant, we had asked them to provide us with comparative data of all the other Zippy auto washes, what kind of traffic they receive and how much the stacking is. And the design of this site was based on providing of that background data. Maybe the applicant can speak more to it if you want to explain to the commission and the gentleman who also raised the concern. You don't want overflow from your site blocking the main access drive, which heads towards the urgent care facility. If you could answer that.
Sure, exactly. Yes, we have performed traffic studies previously, and we did provide the data as part of this application also. This site is substantially similar, not just in terms of the scale of it, but also in terms of the access from the primary corridor. So in addition to having significant stacking entering the facility, we also have what you could call significant stacking capability exiting the facility. Traditionally, car washes are oriented with the exit very close to the road, which oftentimes creates issues with cars stacking after they're leaving the car wash, trying to get back onto the primary corridor. This site has approximately 8 stacking spaces after the car wash exit prior to entering back onto Belleville Road. So it's a nice configuration in the sense that it provides both very generous stacking to the entrance of the car wash as well as generous stacking at the exit of the car wash.
Commissioner Cullen, yes.
Through the chair. I'm noticing on your drawing there, do you have a bypass so that, let's say, somebody gets in line, they can get out?
Exactly. Yeah, that's exactly what that is. And it does happen from time to time. A customer, for example, may pull through the gates with a bike rack on the back of their vehicle or with a roof rack that's incompatible with the wash equipment, in which case then we can very conveniently let them, quote, escape from the queue, at which point we simply refund
The
their
applicant
money.
is pointing to the tiny sliver that comes off just before the entrance to the car wash. So if somebody goes to the bottom of the loop, it's a one-way exit, that little diagonal stub that you see before the door. Yeah, we can't see what you're pointing at, so. Yes, if you could keep.
I
yeah.
understand.
Okay.
I wasn't sure if that was the
Yeah, I
bypass or
couldn't
not.
see it. That is a bypass one way only. So if they cannot enter the car wash, they can get out of it just before they enter the building.
Correct, yes. We have that feature at all of our facilities. It's extremely helpful. Occasionally, a vehicle will make to the front of the line, and perhaps they've even rolled their window down and for whatever reason can't roll it back up. This allows us to easily exit them from the traffic flow and potentially resolve the issue. If it's a bike rack, they can simply take it off and leave it in a parking space and then proceed through the wash and pick it up thereafter. There are a number of exceptions like that. Ladders, for example, on the top of pickup trucks be removed and stored in a parking spot for a few minutes. So, exactly. So, there's one other kind of escape lane, if you will, there. Prior to the pay terminals, for example, if someone pulls in for whatever reason, wishes to exit, they don't need to back up all the way through the stacking spaces. They can simply pull over into the parking area and turn around and leave.
Could you clarify the stacking when you leave
Sure.
the wash area? Where's the 8?
If I can
You
get the
said-
pointer.
mentioned 8 spaces or something like that?
Yeah, we don't show the cars here, but basically customers exiting the wash would be coming out, if you can see the mouse on the display, coming out here, turning right, essentially making a right-hand turn onto the shared driveway. And then if we were to draw vehicles in here, it would be something in the, roughly 8 vehicle range.
Where would they stack though? In the drive lane?
If for some reason, in the same way the urgent care center operates now, if for some reason someone's waiting to leave onto Belleville Road, they would.
I'm sorry, but to clarify, so from the private drive or private road to Belleville Road is where the stacking spaces would include those cars on the private road.
Okay, so they're
to the
they're
north.
meant to be leaving, not so much coming out, stopping, and
Correct.
drying down their automobile.
Where's the towel down space?
Yeah, so we have a total of 12 vacuum service spaces here. Those include mat racks, detail towel dispensers.
Wiggle the mouse.
Yeah, so the 2 parking areas that you, boy, touchpad's really sensitive, yeah.
There you go.
Planning Commissioner is asking, what happens when you exit the car wash and you're dripping wet? Where do you
Where
dry,
can you go?
dry it off?
Sure, yeah, you can pull into any of these 12 parking spaces here behind the building. These are a combination of vacuum spaces as well as detailed dry spaces. So they'll feature trash cans, mat racks for clipping floor mats too and vacuuming them, as well as microfiber detail towel dispensers. So yeah, we have those 12 parking spaces there. And then shown in the northwest corner of the site plan there are a combination of employee parking spaces, and we do have 2 spaces for electric vehicle charging.
I think the challenge with this site is it looks like a private road. It is actually a driveway that is entering both the sites. So when the applicant says stacking, he doesn't mean you're going to be stacked all over the main driveway coming into it because it is part of your private lot.
Property refers to on-site stacking.
Exactly. So they are counting the driveway as part of their site because technically it is. It's just an access easement to the urgent care. The lots, when they were set up a little unusually by the original owners.
We do, maybe that's a good point of clarification. There's, the stacking capacity you were speaking to going into the car wash is within that southwesterly angle there.
Correct. Yeah. Strictly on the new,
strict site.
the new improved area here, if I can get the mouse to show up again, starting right about here. So
All the entrance stacking is on site, is on this site.
Yeah.
What Corey was saying is on exit, there's room to stack on the existing driveway if that would happen. But as he stated, and as you asked, some people want to towel dry, some people just want to get out of there, right? So that takes the load off of the exit stacking by the people that want to towel dry.
Yes, Ms. Christian?
Would you just clarify for the commission the hours of operation of the facility?
Sure, yeah, all of our sites operate from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m., Monday through Saturday, and then 1 hour later on Sunday, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m.
Am I understanding you don't have an attendant there that would take the money? It's all done by either credit card or?
Both. So we have a pair of automated pay terminals located down here in the southern area of the facility. So
Mr.
as
Weaver,
that-
you'll have to use the mouse. None of us can see what you're pointing at.
touchpad is,
It was up top.
there it is. Yeah, so there's a pair of automated pay terminals here. So that as customers pull up to those gates, those pay terminals, they can pay with a credit card if they have a membership.
Thank you.
Exactly, yes.
Or just point. yeah.
Go ahead
Yes.
and point it out, Mike. We can't see.
If they have a membership, the gate simply lifts and allows them through into the wash entrance. But yes, the site is staffed, typically with 2 to 3 staff at any given time. And those staff are assisting customers loading into the facility, assisting customers at the pay terminals as necessary if there's a question about the menu item, for example, maintaining the facility, maintaining the vacuums, for example, emptying the trash on a regular basis, and just maintaining everything in a clean and well-maintained fashion. So,
I don't know if all the commissioners are familiar with a monthly pay car wash. You get a little RFID tag, it sticks on your windshield, you pay a monthly fee, and when you pull up there, you don't even have to roll your window down, the gate goes up, lets you in. And it knows what wash you paid for, because there's different monthly packages, so it knows what wash you paid for. And so there's no hassle for those people. There are people that, there's the option to pay with credit card, or there's loyalty cards, which is like a gift card, and you can scan those. It's a barcode. So there's several pay options, but the popular one, which I have, is just pull up and the gate opens.
Is there a cash option as well?
there used to be. We've eliminated cash from the business altogether. The combination of free vacuums and the popularity of unlimited passes left us with just a couple % of revenue being cash. So at the beginning of COVID, we decided that was a good time to eliminate cash from the business and everyone has been fine with it, so, yeah.
So on a good day, on a really good day, how many cars would end up stacking in a row?
I can't remember the last time we've stacked more than 25 cars. So typically, 10 to 15 cars might be stacking on a busy day. Like I said, this site is substantially similar to our other sites in terms of stacking, and we've never had issues at the other sites in terms of stacking. Population density in Belleville is moderate. We have a couple sites in Ann Arbor with very high population density, and even at those sites, we don't have issues with stacking. So keeping the line flowing with unlimited passes, prepaid cards, and basically quick acceptance credit card readers allows the line to move fairly quickly so that typically there's very little stack.
How long
Just-
does the wash take? Just curious.
From entrance to exit, it's about 3 minutes. So if you factor in perhaps a minute waiting in line, it's a relatively quick and convenient process. So that's essentially the popularity of monthly passes is due to the convenience of being able to quickly pull in, zoom through the gate, 3 minutes in and out, quick, convenient, clean, shiny, dry vehicle.
Through the chair, how many cars do you see per day? Like on average, how many cars would you see? And what would be the times where you're most busy? Like,
Yeah, that's a great question. So we typically see a few hundred cars per day. It varies from site to site. I would guess this site might be 200 to 300 cars per day type of volume. It's actually quite stable through the day. We see a little bit of a burst at morning rush hour and a little bit of burst at evening rush hour. But with the monthly passes, it's actually quite stable through the day. You know, folks,
I'm sorry, I just want clarification. What is your morning rush hour? I just want to know what you consider morning rush hour and then what you consider afternoon rush hour.
yeah, typically from 7 to 8 at most of our sites is one of our peak AM traffic times. And then typically between 5 and 6 in the afternoon, peak afternoon.
Any other questions from commissioners? You're up to public comment. Any questions from the audience regarding the agenda item? Okay. Director Powers, is there anybody on Zoom regarding this item?
I do have one additional comment. It's from an unknown. No, it's not from Greg. It's from an unknown, unidentified person, but they asked about what about water runoff on Belleville Road? Might be a good segue to mention we have not gotten into the preliminary site plan review aspect of the project yet, so we'll hear about the engineering and the water runoff at that time. But if you want to answer that, or if the chair would like.
Oh, if you'd like to respond to it, that's.
Yeah, that's a great question. So at the exit of all of our facilities, we have a 20-foot section of heated concrete, which is followed then by a trench drain. So as vehicles exit the wash, any drip off, for example, that might slosh out of a pickup bed as it accelerates, typically lands on that 20-foot slab. And because it's heated concrete, it doesn't freeze in the wintertime, and that water is captured by the trench drain. There may be, of course, some additional drip off cars as they exit, but typically within 50 to 75 feet, that's essentially non-existent. And we do regularly de-ice all of our driveways through the day. So it's a checkpoint multiple times through the day that we de-ice on site with our own private de-icer supply at each site. So in addition to employing a snow service provider for obvious reasons, for precip, snowfall, and those type of events, we de-ice continuously through the winter, every day, whether it's snowing or not.
Thank you. Any additional questions from commissioners? Any additional questions from the audience? Are we ready to take action on this agenda item?
I hate to be the motion hog, but.
But you do it so well.
Thank you, Commissioner. I know we have a couple more questions, and this is the special land use review, and there'll be some more site plan review questions with regard to items on the plan. But at this time, I feel like I would move to recommend to the Township Board that they grant the applicant, David Brewer of Vanston O'Brien Incorporated, on behalf of owner Nighthawk Properties, the special land use approval to permit the construction of a 4,900 square foot automatic car wash and related site improvements. The site located at 11650 Belleville Road, just parcel ID number 83081990004-709. Based on the analysis, subject to the conditions detailed in the McKenna letter of 16 November and letter of staff dated 7 of December of 2022. Humbly submitted for your consideration.
Support.
We had a motion by Commissioner Jar, support by Commissioner Cullen. Is there any comments or discussions regarding the motion? Seeing as none, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Sherry Budd,
Yes.
Bernie Grant,
Yes.
Medina Atchinson,
Yes.
Brian Cullen,
Yes.
Jeff Jar,
Yes.
Brian Kelly.
Yes. And recommendation, motion has been approved. So we are on to the next item, which is our item number 5, Nighthawk Properties Zippy Auto Wash preliminary site plan review. And Director Powell?
I'll defer at this point my comments to the planning, senior principal planner's report, the township engineer's report, and then I'll summarize the fire marshal's comments at the end.
Ms. Christian?
Commissioner Kelly. As I mentioned, the site is located in the C2 Extensive Highway Business District, and the proposed use is a special land use that you just acted upon. The proposed building on the site complies with all of the required setbacks for the C2 district and also is compliant with the maximum permitted building height. Maximum permitted building height in the C2 district is 40 feet. The proposed building has a height of 25 feet max. With regard to location of curb cuts, as was discussed, the access to the site is entirely located on the subject site. The applicant is required and is proposing a permanent access easement to the Meridian Medical Center in the rear of the property. That will be recorded in perpetuity with the property so that access to the urgent care center facility will always be maintained. And also, as I previously mentioned, the stub from the urgent care parcel to the north to the Burger King site is technically a non-functional. It will not work for circulation. So that is not a cross access that can be established. As was previously discussed, there is also a bypass to allow people to exit the drive up lane into the facility just before they enter the building in the event there is an emergency or somebody needs to leave the facility line. The site has an existing sidewalk along its Belleville Road frontage and along the north side of the interior drive. There is a full sidewalk over there. There is also a cross-access, cross pathway striping and a sidewalk connection that is proposed on the west side. If you look at the site plan closely, there is a sidewalk connection proposed so you can get from the sidewalk on Belleville Road all the way till the urgent care facility by walking on sidewalks and not having to walk on any of the main drives. With regard to parking requirements, the ordinance requires 1 space for each employee in the largest shift and 2 space for each stall. In addition, 5 stacking space per lane is also, wash lane is also required. The applicant is providing more than the required stacking spaces. They have provided required employee parking and also 2 EV charging spaces as shown. And also the central area has got 12 vacuums parking spaces where people can use the vacuum cleaner, one of which is handicap accessible. A loading space is shown next to the dumpster area as required by the ordinance. Since the site is located in the Belleville Road Overlay District, they are required to provide amenities in the form of a bike rack for the facility. Even though technically nobody is going to bike to a car wash facility, the intent is for the bike rack to facilitate all the residents within the township who will be using this Belleville Road corridor. The applicant is providing a bike rack along the site's Belleville Road frontage to the northern side of a landscape seating area. That is one of the amenities that is also being proposed. As to landscaping, trees are required along the site's Belleville Road frontage. The required trees are being provided along with the existing trees that are already to be preserved over there. The required amount of landscaping for the interior paved area and the interior lot is also proposed. With regard to greenbelt buffering, a 10-foot wide buffer with one tree every 30 linear feet is required on all sides of the proposed development, as a result of which the applicant is providing a total of 27 trees around just the site, and this includes some existing trees that are to be proposed, but most of them are new trees. All the greenbelt is being maintained in all portions of the site except for a tiny fraction. If you look at the plan on the northwest corner, the drive aisle on the south side. Mike, if you can just point out to it, the drive side, yes, over there, the tiny sliver over there, and on the northwest corner, the one employee parking sticks out a little bit into the required greenbelt, yes, sticks out a little bit into the required greenbelt. The Planning Commission has the authority to grant any modification. Cutting down on that little projection into the south will actually reduce the turn radius of it. We tried to get the applicant to cut it further, but making it any tighter will not allow for enough turn radius around the corner. So that is a design we found acceptable. We made the applicant increase the amount of landscaping along the south property line as a compensation. Detention pond, the proposed drainage system is subject to review and approval by the township engineer and Wayne County. There is specific landscape requirements for the C2 district, which says for so much amount of pavement and so much square footage of building, so much square footage of landscaping needs to be provided, and the applicant does meet the requirement. In addition to the C2 landscaping requirement, there are additional landscaping requirements for the B-Rod district. That includes perennial landscape beds along the site's frontage, and 480 square feet of perennial landscape beds are being proposed. And a minimum of lawn, sidewalk, 5-foot buffer area is required between off-street parking and any public right-of-way. The applicant is meeting all of the landscaping requirements for the B-Rod district. A tree removal permit is required if any regulated trees are to be removed. The site does have a stand of oak and poplar trees on the site. A tree survey list has been included, and a total of 25 trees are to be removed, out of which only 12 are regulated. 13 are considered as removable species, which would be cottonwoods, box elders, and similar trees. The applicant is providing replacement trees for the 12 regulated trees to be removed, in addition to the required landscaping. A photometric plan has been submitted, which we reviewed in detail to make sure that all of the light is contained within the site itself. All of the fixtures are shielded and downward directed, and there's no light spillage onto the abutting properties. The fixtures are also designed in order to meet the Belleville Road Overlay District design standards. With regard to architecture and building elevations, the structure is to be constructed of a gray block-type facade with a distinct white block trim surrounding doors and windows. The last time the applicant came before you, the recommendation was made to increase the size of the windows on the facade that would be visible, and the applicant has done that. They have increased the windows to the extent feasible while still accommodating all of the equipment that goes with a car wash on the inside. At this time, they do meet the ordinance requirement for the amount of masonry to be provided on the building, the amount of glazing, and for a detailed separation columns to be provided for every so many feet of the building wall itself. A dumpster enclosure is also shown, and landscaping, evergreen landscaping, is proposed around the dumpster enclosure for required screening. With regard to signage, this is a little bit of a challenge. The site already has a monument sign along its frontage. The C2 district allows for only one monument sign per development. Now, the sign that is located along the frontage is for the Meridian Plaza, and the entire sign is occupied by all of the medical facilities in the back building. There is no room for the applicant to put their sign. So the applicant has a smaller monument sign on the south end of the site. If you look at the southeast end, it does meet the setback requirement from the property line. Since the subject site is being split from the parent parcel, what happens is the Meridian Plaza sign will essentially be located on the applicant's site, even though it is advertising a business that's located on the site behind it. So the applicant will need to grant a sign easement along with the access easement for the signage to be there for the urgent care center. Otherwise, the urgent care center will be left with no signage. And the applicant will have to possibly work with the township to figure out a solution. Maybe they will have to replace the Meridian Plaza sign with a slightly larger sign that is still within the ordinance limits, but allows for Zippy Auto to put its sign along with all the medical facilities that are listed there. That is a little bit of a conundrum in the ordinance, which we are trying to review and figure out what would be the pathway forward, which we hope to have before you by the time it comes for final site plan approval. We have been asking the applicant to make numerous revisions. The applicant, I think, has been in the process for the better part of over 6 months plus, and they have been asked to revise the plan multiple times with regard to architecture, circulation, stacking, landscaping. So at this time, we believe the plan is ready for preliminary site plan approval. So our recommendation is that the Planning Commission grant preliminary site plan approval for Zippy Auto Wash to be located on Belleville Road, subject to the following 6 conditions: completion of a lot split prior to final site plan approval, submission of a copy of an irrevocable cross-access easement agreement with the urgent care or the medical facility to the west, approval of the stormwater detention system by the township engineer and Wayne County, approval of the detention pond landscaping by the county, revision to on-site signage along Belleville Road to include Zippy Auto on a new replacement monument sign, or granting of a permanent easement to Meridian Plaza for the sign, which would legally allow the applicant to have a sign of their own. And finally, approval of a special land use by the Township Board of Trustees. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. At the request of the township, Fishbeck has reviewed the preliminary site plan dated November 22nd, 2022, submitted to the township for preliminary site plan approval for the proposed Zippy Auto Wash located at on Belleville Road in Van Buren Township. It should be noticed that the previous iteration of the site plan, which was dated October 18th, was reviewed and not accepted due to the lack of the information on site utilities, including the stormwater management system. And when I say not accepted, I'm saying from an engineering feasibility standpoint. In addition to the items that Ms. Krishnan mentioned, the site plan entails a stormwater collection and detention system, and now an underground detention system with the new site plan, water and sanitary service connections to the proposed buildings, and other various site plan improvements. And as with the other 2 site plans, at this time we are examining and reviewing feasibility of engineering aspects of the site, but will not conduct a full engineering review until the engineering submittal after this step. Water main service, the site, the township's GIS indicates and the applicant's plan indicate an 8-inch water main, ductile iron water main that runs north and south along the eastern side of the property, as well as a 8-inch ductile iron water main running east-west along the southern portion of the property, with an existing water main that's on the Medical Plaza site running north and west on the west side of the property. So the entire property is surrounded by water main that is accessible for their service. The applicant's plan does not include any proposed water main other than the service line that is connecting along the southern property line, as well as a proposed hydrant that's getting added to the eastern side up by the Meridian sign, the plaza sign that Ms. Krishnan mentioned. The 2-inch service tap will be tapped along the south, running next to the open space that is the underground detention space. And with the hydrant location, we will work with the fire marshal to make sure it's in the proper location and also not blocking or having any issue with the sign placement for fire access. But that typically happens during the next step. Sanitary sewer service. There is a 8-inch private truss pipe sanitary sewer that runs east and west along the north side of the property line. This private line appears to have been installed with future build-outs in mind west of the urgent care, or for the future build-outs west of the urgent care. The existing sanitary sewer taps are indicated west of the urgent care building. The private 8-inch sewer flows east towards Belleville Road and then connects into the public main that runs along Belleville Road. Initially, I think initial plans were to possibly tap into that, but the applicant's plan indicates a pair of 6-inch sanitary service leads that connect into a series of sediment and reclamation tanks, as the applicant mentioned. Flow runs through the tanks to the southeast, where a third service line from the building is picked up with a Y connection, and then ultimately taps into the 12-inch sanitary that runs north and south along Belleville Road. So I'm going to just kind of explain this a minute. So there's an existing sanitary line that runs along Belleville Road here. The applicant, the reclamation tanks from the Zippy Auto Wash are located here. And then there's a separate sanitary line that gets picked up outside of those reclamation tanks that then comes into the sanitary service line, which then gets tapped into the existing line. When we were going through our review, it wasn't clear on the plans as to exactly how the system worked or how much water was getting discharged into the township system. So as part of your packet, I had asked them to provide a write-up for how the system works, and I'll just read that here. There's a service lead that services 2 single occupancy restrooms, 1 break room sink, 1 drinking fountain, and some floor drains. The effluent of this pipe is not suitable for reclamation, so that lead bypasses the reclamation system, which is the one that is further east. 100% of the wash water enters 100% of wash water that enters the conveyor pit travels through the reclaim system and allows solids to settle out and also capture materials that are buoyant in the water, such as oil, by filtering through 3 underground 1,500-gallon filter tanks prior to the outlet to the public sewer. Prior to the outlet, water is reclaimed into the wash system and used for various pre-rinse applications. Regular scheduled maintenance of the tank system is completed by solids removal service licensed by MDEQ. So as the applicant mentioned, a lot of the water gets reclaimed and reused for pre-wash stuff. Any overflow or stuff that can't be used then goes into the township system. The only request or comment that we have is that more details will be required of maybe a basis of design of how much water is coming through those systems and discharging into the system, and also how they're going to tap into the existing 12-inch main on the west side of Belleville Road. Any of the work that's on that Belleville Road will have to go and be approved by Wayne County. The last issue and system that was reviewed and why the initial submittal was not accepted was part of the stormwater management. The existing site indicates an ultimate drainage outlet to the southwest on the south of the urgent care property. The current property does not have any underground storage system and drains by sheet flow to the southwest. The applicant's plan is now to collect proposed runoff in catch basins and detain them in an underground detention system. Water quality will be treated with a pre-treatment structure, and the underground system includes an outlet control structure which will ultimately discharge into the 15-inch storm sewer that's in the southwest of the property. As with all these, we do preliminary review of calculations, but full calculation review will be done during final engineering review. And other than that, we just encourage the applicant to discuss their stormwater management with Wayne County prior to coming back to us for final engineering. And otherwise, Fishbeck offers no objection and recommends the Planning Commission grant preliminary site plan approval to Zippy Wash based on the preliminary site plan submitted to the township on November 22nd, 2022. Happy to answer any questions that you may have on our letter dated December 7th, 2022.
Thank you very much. Director Power, we have a recommendation from Van Buren Fire Department.
Yes, there are some items that will be, need to be addressed prior to construction per the Van Buren Township Fire Marshal. The Fire Marshal noted that an additional hydrant has been added to the entrance off of Belleville Road. The required fire flow for a 4,900 square foot structure has been met, so that condition has been met. The required width of a fire department access road shall not be obstructed in any manner, including by the parking of vehicles, and no parking fire lanes will need to be shown on future submittals. There's also a comment, two more comments. One is that the dead ends of fire department access in excess of 150 feet shall be provided with approved provisions for a fire apparatus to turn around. And on sheet C3, the 15-foot opening between the vacuum stations needs to be widened to at least 20 feet. So that would need to be addressed with the final plans.
Have any questions from commissioners? Commissioner Jar?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, it's late. I have 3 comments and a question, which I hope I'll try to keep very short. I hear the concerns from Mr. Sullivan about the exit stacking. I would like to know, and I can't tell from the plan, I'm not going to go look it up right now, is there a plan for signage at the exit of the conveyor to say Belleville Road exit right turn only, drying left turn only? And is there a plan for putting no parking signs on the exit driveway so that if anyone does mistakenly turn right, they aren't left with the impression that they can stop there and dry their car? That might be a question for our consultants or for the applicant.
I think that's an excellent condition to add to your approval.
If you would like to come up, I'm not sure if you want to speak to that item or.
I think adding signage telling them you can't just stop in the middle of a drive aisle to turn to the left is a really good idea.
Sure, we agree. We have similar signage at our existing sites, no stopping, standing, for example, fire lane, et cetera.
Great, when we put it as a condition, then it'll have to be on the plan for final site plan. My next question is, you had mentioned that there's a heated concrete pad, and I think you called it a return trough for when vehicles exit the conveyor, a truck with a bed full of water. Is the return trough piping and the heated concrete pad listed on the site plan?
It is, yes. You can see it very faintly at the exit, the trench drain, as we call it.
Trench drain, thank you.
Yeah, is at the end of that 20-foot heated slab.
See that
Yeah,
line right there?
Yeah.
Oh,
That-
yes.
I can't quite stay right on it, but that line that goes perpendicular.
Great.
It would be the approximate location of the end of the heated slab. And the trench drain is located very near to the end of that.
Okay. With regard to the Belleville Road Overlay District requirement for a bike rack, I'd like to point out that it's possible you could have an employee that would use that bike rack. They don't have to drive to the car wash to work there. So the Belleville Road Overlay District points are important to us. And finally, I have a question for our consultant. With the reduced or the relaxed screening on the south curve around going into the conveyor tunnel, and the lack of the green belt there because of the required radius of the curve, is there any issue whatsoever with headlights shining into oncoming traffic on Belleville Road?
No, based upon the turn movements of vehicles that are there at the pay terminal, and when they make the turn, they are not going to be in that dip enough for it to shine directly into the eyes of oncoming vehicles. That said, To address the Planning Commission's concern, since there is a little dip into the required green belt, the applicant can be asked to put in a row of evergreen trees around the curve over there in order to cut off any prospective headlights that might go over there. The green belt is wide enough to sustain reasonable-sized evergreens.
That's the area that we're talking about right there where the mouse is, yeah?
Yes, that's
Yeah.
the area I was asking
Oh,
about.
it's all in blue.
Add some additional landscaping in there.
Sure you could work it out with staff. This is a preliminary,
Mhm.
preliminary review only. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Atchison?
Oh, through the chair, I would like to ask, at your other locations, other than the proposed Belleville one, Van Buren, I should say, do you have charging stations at the other locations too?
Them as part of all of the new sites, so Canton, the West Ann Arbor location, as well as Milan. So it's something that we're adding to new sites as we build those sites out, primarily for the benefit of employee use. We have quite a few employees now with hybrid plug-in electric vehicles. I myself drive a plug-in electric vehicle now for 10 years. So just having that convenience factor at work, so to speak, at work charging can have a big impact on CO2 reduction. We're not expecting many customers to park there for lengthy periods of time. Most people don't go to a car wash to charge their vehicle, but it would be possible for a customer to charge if they needed a quick charge.
Yeah, that was like my follow-up question too, if you were gonna allow customers to use them. And then if you are, I know the vacuuming is free, is the charging free also?
It's intended, yes, at the other sites as well as this site, it would be a free charger.
So then do you allow the customer, not the employee, to charge for, what's the duration of time? Is it a speedy charge?
Would be level 2 chargers, so approximately 10 kilowatt type chargers. The intent isn't to supercharge customers, so to speak, as you might find, at a Texas Roadhouse with a Tesla supercharger, for example. The intent is for employees to be able to charge over the course of a few hours, or if a customer needed a quick charge, for example, if they were low on charge and needed to get from A to B, they could, potentially park there for an hour or two.
Follow-on question to Commissioner Atchison's question. Is there signage around those EV chargers indicating that that's for employee parking only or for customer parking? And were the EV charging spaces included in the employee parking requirement count?
The applicant is providing more than the required parking. They're not required to designate any area specifically as employee parking, but I think in response to the question raised by Commissioner Atchison, maybe signage over there saying short-term charging only. We wouldn't want to encourage customers to come and park there for 1 and 2 hours charging. If they wanted a boost just so they can get home, that's different versus just parking it and deciding to sit in Burger King for 1 hour. That's not what we would like to encourage. So maybe a sign over there saying short-term charge not to exceed this / employee parking.
Customers only. Some kind of signage would seem to be in order, although I can't prescribe to you what that should be at this time. I think, consult with staff on
Yeah, that's a
that.
good idea. I mean, that's the intent with all of the free services, whether it be free vacuums or free towels or free floor mat wash and dry or free charging, right? It's intended for customers for short term. Good question.
Short-term charging only would indicate no overnight parking?
Would you shut those, do you have availability to shut those charging stations
We
off?
could, yeah. For example, the vacuum shut off promptly at 8 p.m. We could, in theory, also shut down the chargers using the same system.
I know people, just a thought.
I've been driving a battery electric vehicle for more than 10 years, and all of these situations have presented themselves at some point. Is it okay to park in a shopping mall parking lot and leave your car there overnight? Probably not.
Right.
But do people do it? Occasionally.
Do you have any additional
I'm sorry,
questions?
that's good. I'm good, thank you.
Additional questions from commissioners? No? Questions from the audience? Anybody in the audience wants to speak to this item? Director Power, anybody on Zoom?
Chance for comments. Anybody on Zoom? I see the previous comment there. I don't see anybody else raising their virtual hand or seeing anything in the chat.
no other questions or comments, are we ready to take action on the item number 5, the preliminary site plan approval request?
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Jar?
I move to grant the applicant David Brewer of Vanston O'Brien Incorporated on behalf of owner Nighthawk Properties preliminary site plan approval to construct a 4,900 square foot automatic car wash and related site improvements at the site located at 11650 Belleville Road, parcel number same as before, 83 081 99 0004 709. Based on the analysis, subject to the conditions detailed in McKenna letters dated 7 December, Fishbeck 7 December, Van Buren Fire Report 1 November, letter of staff 7 December, all of 2022. Noting the feedback and concerns from the planning commissioners this evening with regard to electric vehicle signage and the condition that the turn signage outside of the conveyor system is installed and that no parking signs are installed along the exit path of the drive, and that the greenbelt modifications described in Section 7E of the McKenna letter are allowed by the Planning Commission.
With the addition of a row of evergreen trees within the reduced green belt to screen
I
headlights.
missed that. With the addition of a row of evergreen trees on the south curve, south end of the property.
Support. Motion by Commissioner Jar, support by Commissioner Cullen. Any comments or discussion regarding the motion? Seeing as none, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Atchison,
Yes.
Yes.
Sherry Budd, Brian Cullen,
Yes.
Jeff Jar,
Yes.
Brian Kelly.
And you are granted preliminary site plan approval. Thank you for coming out this evening.
Especially at this hour.
All right, we are on to new agenda item number 6. Tyler Edwards, Menards preliminary variance discussion, informational item, optional discussion. Director Powell?
Mr. Chair, in addition to thanking the Planning Commission for working through a very long agenda profusely, which I will do at the end of tonight's meeting, I do want to thank Mr. Edwards. Tyler Edwards is here with Menards and has been patiently awaiting a chance to speak. His request is related to a request that will go in front of our Board of Zoning Appeals as a request for a side yard setback variance for the property located at 10010 Belleville Road. There is a proposed canopy addition to the existing drive-up canopy at the Menards store. It is not a large enough addition that a full site plan review will be required of the Planning Commission at a later date. However, the addition will also affect the required green belt on the side of the parcel, and so that is something that will be reviewed as a request to the Planning Commission at a later date. There is traditionally an interchange between the Planning Commission and the Board of Zoning Appeals for items that go in front of both bodies. I don't anticipate that you you don't have a lot of information before you tonight. You have some preliminary plans and you have a narrative from the applicant, actually a pretty detailed BZA narrative, but you don't have your full submittal as far as the landscaping plan that will go with the Greenbelt request at this time. However, we did want to offer the chance for you to be presented information about the request, and with Mr. Edwards here to speak about the request, we wanted to give him an opportunity to introduce himself and clarify what his request is. And again, at a later date, I think he anticipates being on the January BZA agenda, possibly the January Planning Commission agenda. The request will be back at a later date. So I would like to just turn this over to Mr. Edwards to speak about his request and introduce it to you all.
Sure. Thank you. Tyler Edwards. I'm a real estate representative with Menards, 5101 Menard Drive, Eau Claire, Wisconsin. Shortly after we built the Menards store, we implemented a company-wide order online, pick up at store program, which I'm sure you see at every retailer everywhere. Menards is a little bit different type business because we sell so much big stuff. So to do that at Menards, you actually order your stuff online and you have to go through the gate and you have to go around the back and part of the yard and pick it up. Well, to make that easier and avoid I'll call it the heavier truck traffic or commercial traffic that uses our yard gate, we actually added another entrance lane, which is an automated entrance lane. So say you have your cell phone, use as an example, have your barcode on it, you scan it at the automated entrance gate, it notifies that section of the store that you're pulling around to the order pickup area, and everything's supposed to work somewhat smoothly. So we'll end up having 3 lanes that make up what we call our yard gate. Closest to the store is our exit, that's there today. Middle is the entrance for semi-trucks. People that shop at the store have a ticket from inside the store. And then the right lane is the online order pickup. It's supposed to be a little bit separate from the heavier commercial type traffic. Unfortunately, if we had known about this program a couple of years earlier, we would have just shifted the whole store in sight a couple feet further to the south. So it left us in a tough spot to add that and match all the other stores and have that program and still meet the requirements, which unfortunately with the extra lane we aren't able to do. So what I guess we're trying to do is replicate the existing landscaping that's there. It's movable. It's not so big that those trees can't be used. Move the sidewalk a little bit. And then on the north side of there, before you get to the residential properties, there's several hundred feet of pond that will never be developed. So our encroachment towards the property line doesn't have any impact on a neighboring property because it's still several hundred feet away. Can't see it from Belleville Road because of the landscaping and screening. I think it's almost 1,000 feet from that direction. And correct me if I'm wrong from staff, we have 4 4x4 posts that actually hold up this canopy addition that brought us to the variance request. It's not the canopy itself. The entrance has a garage door. It's a 14-foot garage door that's too heavy for just a canopy, so it actually has to be supported by those 4x4 posts, which kind of got us to where we are in this request. Now there's a couple options with the wall or lack of wall that faces to the north. It can simply be just the 4 posts. It can have a side facade to match either the fence that screens Menards or the materials that's used on the gate canopy already today.
Just wanted to give the planning commission some perspective of what the request is. So that's kind of the construction proposed.
This would be simply another 14-foot hole that you drive through when the store's open, and then the garage door is shut when it's closed, just on the right side of what you see on the screen there.
Sorry, all right. Thank you for coming out tonight. So we're asking at this point for feedback on the application, correct? If we choose to?
That's the idea. So yes, there's a feedback loop that has been established in some other recent projects involving both a site plan review component or similar and BZA action. So completely optional. If you have any feedback you'd like to report back to me or comments you have tonight, feel free to state those comments. Otherwise, this will be just processed by staff and taken to the BZA at a later date.
Okay. Thank you, Director Power. Yes, Commissioner Jar.
I'll keep it really short. I promise. It's very late. Just to be clear, it's not a matter of 4 posts, right? If you were to make a cantilever design for your canopy that didn't touch the ground, it would still encroach into the setback and would still require variance. Is that correct?
It's a little bit complicated by attaching a structure.
It was such a short question.
Here, so it's a structural. The addition of a structure to the existing building, and so the interpretation is because the structure is something that's affixed to the ground, so the posts itself extend the footprint of the building effectively. And feel free, Ms. Krishnan, to jump in with the interpretation there.
Simple answer, yes, a cantilever setback has to be maintained. It is a structure. I have a curious question. Commissioner Kelly, if I may just ask. I shop at your store all the time. I have never seen a wait line for any of this. I'm always buying stuff from the backyard, wood, lumber, storm door. I've never had to wait over there. So I'm not sure what kind of convenience adding another lane into a green belt is going to offer. It's just sheer out of curiosity. I mean, do you have backups?
At times we do, especially if you get caught behind a semi truck or a truck of lumber checking in. You may have never experienced that, but that takes a couple minutes. But primarily, it's for, I'll call the technology side of the system. Because when you scan your barcode, it goes to, all your stuff is stored in the back of the store. You know, I think at Walmart, you actually have to call a number and they have to find your order. This advances that process where that area of the store is notified. They have your stuff and they prepare to bring it out. Because oftentimes they're not just pulling it off a cart, they're going up in the racking of the store and pulling it down. So that speeds up that process. And it's also a tracking mechanism too, because when you check in to the yard, you know, we have a lot of products back there. It tends to be a high theft area. This tracks who comes in and out through that system versus, you know, what we call a ticket through the store.
That raises a question for me on the drive-through stuff. What's the difference between what like McDonald's or Tim Hortons is doing, where you just have your barcode and you drive up and they hit it with the scanner and it goes through? Why would you need an entire separate lane to do this feature when the employee that's already sitting there could do that? And it seems to me the timeline from driving with your own, creating another entry point into the building when you have staff already there, to save maybe a couple minutes, or is it?
It's to save a couple minutes, because that gate guard is tasked with checking every outbound vehicle and then the inbound vehicles through what we call the normal entrance lane.
Okay, because I just kind of asking more questions on it, because it just seems that if you have somebody that's there, you're creating a additional structure into the green belt on that side, when somebody with a barcode gun could shoot it. You would have your tracking and everything else. Coming back, the stuff will be pulled and it would potentially accomplish the same thing, correct?
Yes, it just extends that time period. Yes.
Okay.
because-
It seems really all you need is a bypass lane, right, to get around the trucks, but with a post where you could just scan your phone without having to extend your canopy.
That's really what this is.
So
It just
that's a
has the
bypass.
canopy to cover it, protect the equipment, and be part of the rest of the gate structure.
There is, however, residential immediately on the other side of it. It is the condos.
Correct, but there's no residences immediately over there.
I'm just saying, if you got around the truck to the other side, maybe you just create your little pod that you can scan it with a covering over it. That doesn't, that's within the boundaries of what the building would be like.
Yes, that would essentially be the same thing, but without the extension of the canopy.
Well, you just return back, though. I'm just talking about a bypass that comes back to the curb line, the existing curb line. And then you would put your little scanning device there, and you don't need a full covering canopy. You don't even need a building addition for that.
Commissioner Grant is saying like a kiosk, right? You're saying it's like a kiosk. You go around the truck and show it at the kiosk.
Except that the entrance would be, I'm assuming another reason you want the canopy out there is for a device to protect against somebody just driving in. You still need a gate of some sort, I would assume.
Correct.
And that's part of the reason for extending the canopy.
There is a kiosk and a gate that lets you in automatically underneath that canopy area in that lane.
Put the kiosk at the edge of that covering and just still do the bypass, and the scanning's on the driver's side. Just ideas.
It is just an idea. Could I ask a staff a question? Two things. One is, correct me if I'm wrong, sir, this is also about your corporate branding and consistency, right? Your other Menard stores are now moving to a 3-lane drive-through. You want it to look the same as your other buildings?
Correct.
Understood, thank you. And then for staff or consultants, would the variance be required if there was a drive encroaching through that green belt but no canopy?
No, it would be a modification of the green belt that the planning commission would review, but it would not be a setback of
That's what I'm
encroachment.
asking. If there was no canopy
That's
and
right.
there were no posts, but there was a drive encroaching into the green belt, would there need to be a BZA variance?
No, and similarly, and this was a point of confusion on staff's part initially, if there was a gate, gates and fences are regulated separately from a structure that's attached to the building. So if there's just a fence or a gate, that would be different as well.
In the effort of speeding things up, I will state that having looked at your site plan, I don't see that a modification of the green belt is not, it's not out of line. I could get behind that. But obviously we can't as a commission grant you permission to do it because you have this variance issue that you need to resolve, and that needs to go before the BZA. I'm okay modifying the green belt standards in this case. You have a responsibility, though, to convince the BZA that your variance meets the requirements in, what is it, section 12.4, about 11 points that you have to argue successfully, and you have to convince the BZA of all of them, including problem not self-created. And there's a list. Now, I'm not gonna enumerate it. But if you were able to get the variance, if you were able to convince the BZA to grant that variance, I would not be against modifying the green belt for the project. But if you can't get the variance,
Sure.
can't help you.
I do too, Brian. Yeah, I agree.
Right. I think that, I think we kind of, any other comments? I don't believe so. I think that kind of covers it. Is that helpful?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming out tonight. Thank you for your patience.
Your time,
Sure,
for
thank
the
you.
patience.
One last question. Did you come here from Eau Claire tonight?
I'm gonna rush back to the plane before we get 6 to 12 inches of snow tonight.
Travel safely.
Good luck. Have a good night.
I hope we're not getting that much snow tonight.
So maybe he's talking about him.
Eau Claire, Wisconsin. Not Claire, Michigan.
Oh, that's different.
We're not getting snow, are we?
We have removed item number 7 from our agenda for this evening, so that would bring us to item number 8, which would be now the new number 7. That is, again, you, Director Bauer.
Yes, there is some discretion on this item. The Planning Commission is tasked with providing a report of its annual activities to the Board of Trustees annually. The report is in draft form right now. I'll say that the Planning Commission has had significant activity this year. I'm actually making some revisions to it to include some information about the progress in implementing the township's master plan, engagement activities, and in the future, we'll work on having economic development plan and strategies that are built into our annual progress. So I'll save the details until a later date when based on tonight's meeting, I'll finalize the numbers, and if you don't mind, I'll bring that back to the Planning Commission in January for a final version of the report. This one's pretty close, but we just wanted to confirm some of the numbers. We did have 17 public hearings this year, including tonight's, so very busy year for you all.
So no action on the report this evening. We'll have a final one in January.
I'd request that you let us make the action to forward that to the board in January, yes, if that's okay.
Would you like a motion on it, or?
We can, if you want to move to postpone the action on the
We have a motion
report.
to postpone the agenda item number 7.
Motion to postpone the item.
Support.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, that will bring us up to new item number 8, 2023 Planning Commission meeting schedule. Director Power?
Yes, the Planning Commission will meet the second and fourth Wednesday of each month at 5:30. Please take a look at this schedule. If you see any issues, let me know. We checked it pretty thoroughly. Every second and fourth Wednesday, except of course in November and December. So if you're good with this schedule, we'll keep it going through 2023. And if you're okay with it right now, you can move to approve it.
Any comments from any of the commission? have a-
We had some very long meetings in December, and the one I watched in November that I was unfortunately unable to attend. Do we need to consider maybe adding another meeting sometime in November, not on Thanksgiving, please, or December? Or do we think that that our increased activity is due to, I don't know, you want to call it pandemic bounce back, delayed development? Do you think we're going to be as busy at the end of next year as we have been this year?
Tonight's agenda felt a little bit just like a perfect confluence of projects to be very busy. So I don't know that it's,
Around for a long time, but just got their stuff all together only for this meeting.
We have the options of doing a special meeting, don't we?
we do, yes.
Okay, so if we get too backed up, then we start looking at that.
Yeah, and I'll try to coordinate that kind of effort in advance.
Any other comments regarding this item? We have a motion to approve next year's agenda.
I make a motion to approve
I got a motion by Commissioner Grant. Support by Commissioner Ashton. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Pass, I'm thinking, man.
All right, we are up to general discussion. Director Power?
Almost.
The update on general discussion is we are kitty corner, Van Buren Township is kitty corner from Augusta Charter Township. Augusta Charter Township is updating their draft master plan. They're distributing a draft of their master plan. So if you take a look at the link I sent in the document in your packet, you can take a look at their master plan and provide comment by January 3rd. Or January 2nd. Please feel free to do that.
Thank you, Director Power. Anything from any of the commissioners for general discussion? I have one really quick item. I mentioned it earlier, Director Power, about looking at our bylaws in the spring of the election of officers and see if we can shift it towards the end of the meeting, so that way it would be a January to December of officers and not right at the beginning when we're backed up on the last meeting of the year for residents. So that was my only thing. And then other than that, great year, everyone. Thank you so much, and thank you for your support. I really appreciate it.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
All
in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
All right. We're adjourned.
Holidays, everyone.
Yes, happy holidays. Thank you very much, everybody.
Oh my gosh, I was gonna drag it for 5 more minutes. Come on, we could have made 10 o'clock. We could have made 10.
That might have set a new record too.
Well, I remember when Dad was on it, they were here.
No, but they were starting at 7 o'clock. They're starting at 5:30 and going to 10
grind.
o'clock. Yeah.
I know Dad was at 11 o'clock once or twice.
Yeah, when we had that Hoosier thing, oh my gosh.
Had the what thing?
Hoosier.
Hoosier?
Yeah, the thing they wanted to put in over it.
Oh. Because you sit where Kamika
I
used
know.
to sit.
I heard it. I heard it.
No, it is, yeah. Oh, you were around, you were still around.
Oh, okay. But I was, what do you call that? Ignorance is bliss. You just don't know. You just don't know what's going on. Oh, thank you. Oh, anytime.
Everything looks fine.
Anything for you.
I usually bring a pack and then
I know. And then, yeah.
Good night.
Good night.
I was
Merry Christmas. Happy New Year to you.